card names, and my brain is trying to associate them to some kind of effect. And I think that has to happen every set roulette tournament, right? You look at the deck list, you're like, what does this card do? But at the same time, a lot of old familiars. I mean, when I saw Tempest and Mirrodin, I'm like, okay, that's a lot of broken fast mana coming up.
Yep. Yeah. And in fact, before the show started, I took the liberty of making a metagame sheet, as you saw on Twitter, and I posted it in the Discord, obviously, as well. Tell us what you think about the format, based on that metagame sheet, and what do you think we'll be excited to see going into the tournament?
Yeah. I think a big thing for me was, and that you pointed out actually in the pre-show, because we talked about it, was like the mana's terrible. I think in M13 you still have the check lands like Rootbound. I think Rootbound Crag's legal.
Yep.
But after that, it starts being the horrible dual like pain lands that come into play tapped from Tempest. Mm-hmm. And on top of that, you have Wasteland. So it's going to incentivize playing these decks with a lot of basic lands, which means monocolor decks. So as a result, there's a lot of monocolor aggro decks, and that makes sense, right? You have Wasteland. Mm-hmm. The mana is terrible, so you're going to be incentivized to kind of just play one color. Wasn't surprised to see affinity decks, of course, because of American being legal and there's no bans. So let's put all those artifact lands in there. The other thing I didn't realize, though, was that I guess the tier 0 deck or tier 1 deck that everybody was kind of gunning for was Belcher, right? We talked about this.
So the card that combos with Charbelcher, actually a deck that Gabe Nassif played at Pro Tour New Orleans, is Mana Severance Goblin Charbelcher. So what Mana Severance does, it removes all of the lands from your deck. And obviously, if Goblin Charbelcher sees you have no lands in your deck, it's very easy to win the game with that card, right?
Yeah, no, right. You just get to basically turn your library upside down, show it to your opponent in an open decklist format, and let them be destroyed for how much was left. Which 30 life should be fine, usually okay. But Saviors of Kamigawa, even though it's not a very powerful set, having access to Pivy Needle was actually a pretty big deal.
Yep, drilling a hole in the side of the head of someone playing Goblin Charbelcher is a good way to beat them, right?
Yeah, especially if you're beating them down with shadow creatures or whatever multi-crew you can get. The red deck has been popular, but there's kind of been two flavors, which I thought was interesting, right? Because, Tempest was the set with Jackal Pup. That was the set that popularized kind of that mono-red aggro deck. Mm-hmm. And in Mirrodin, you have Slit Fireworker, so that's a natural 1-2 punch. But at the same time, you have Rite of Flame and Seeming Song, so people went the other side. And good old Arxflogger. Probably to get that edge in the red mirrors.
That, and also just, I think if you look at the format a little bit more closely, the removal is really not very good. The best removal spell I think is Terror, and that's just not a very attractive card, right? Especially since Terror can't kill artifact creatures, right?
Yeah. No, it seemed like the best removal were some of the color hosers from Tempest. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if somebody registered, it was Daylight in Tempest, right? The enchantment, black creatures can't attack or block, or Perish, or Chill is also really popular. But those cards, if you land the right opponent, very strong. But yeah, the best removal spell that I saw was essentially Searing Spear, which is Lightning Strike by a different name.
Yep.
And Sharpno Blast, which also doubles as player removal.
I was going to say the best way to remove all of someone's creatures is to just remove them from the game, right?
It's a lot easier, yeah.
It is.
Especially some of the old MTGO clients would do that. Like, if you want the game, it would remove all their board, and then it'd say you won when you keep the board in some builds.
Yeah. But there is another cool deck that's lurking near the top of the standings. Do you want to talk about it, Eduardo?
Yeah, sure. If it's the deck we got in Discord, I get to see this sweet Affinity list, right? Or is that the one we're on? Affinity by Joshua Bosch?
Yeah.
That's the list we're going to feature. The other cool deck, was Living Death, which we looked at and is super smart, right? Because there's all these aggressive decks. So you get access to Dark Ritual. Well, you get to put something like Elder Scale Worm into play, and you can never really die to an aggressive deck ever. So that deck looks really well positioned to use cards like if I look at the Living Death list, I think it uses one of the rare good dual lands of the format, and Drowned Catacomb. Mm-hmm. It powers out with Chrome Mox, Talisman of Dominance, gets Ideas Unbound, and even Reanimate, right? Because that's legal in Tempest.
It is.
So honestly, it looks like a powered down legacy deck to me.
Oh, it actually does remind me of that. And also, no one's gunning for you. No one has their surgical extractions or Lamb of the Voids or whatnot. Here, you can just if you put an Elder Scale Worm into play, you're probably good to live for a while. And Sphinx of Athun probably lets you cast more fatties afterwards, right?
Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, you get to go Ideas Unbound, maybe draw into a Chromox, and then like reanimate a Sphinx of Utun, and that gets you more cards for later. Like that does seem like a really strong plan. Well, actually, yeah, Ideas Unbound would wait till end of till the next turn, but still, like the fact that you can cast it you can cast it on turn 1, I guess, but turn 2 more often, and then reanimate or Dark Ritual Living Death. That's really strong.
Yeah, so I'm excited to check that deck out. It really looks like a great call because I think this person realized that Belcher not so good. So what's the next broken thing you can do that won't be as gunned for? And this looks like a brilliant sidestep to me.
Yeah, the sideboard as well. Free Dread of Night, perfect against all these wide aggressive decks. Free Chill, free Propaganda with this aggressive feel. I think honestly, this Living Death list is probably the best call. If you believe Belcher's going to get hated out, which a lot of people seem to, right? Because Belcher would have been known quantity, but there's only 3 pilots.
Yep, and it's also just like, are you sure you can race an Infinity deck with Belcher?
Gotta have a good draw, be on the play, because yeah, I'm looking at the Affinity list. They also have Wasteland. This is a souped up Affinity list.
Yeah.
Wow, even the list we're gonna see has 2 smelts in the main deck. That starting to remind me of that oxidized era.
I was about to say the exact same thing.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting that almost everyone decided to play Grixis Affinity instead of Brutestar Affinity, if you remember that being a standard deck.
Yeah, I would guess the speed is a problem, right? Because Brutestar was a very good turn 4, turn 5 play. But I think the problem with it is like this format's a lot faster, so you'd rather Sharpnel Blast people, and Sharpnel Blast doesn't synergize well with the Brutestar builds generally.
And also, I think in that standard format, you had cards like Mana Leak, and you don't get to play that. You only get to play Rune Snag if you want to, but that is a downgrade, I think.
Oh yeah, Rune Snag compared to Mana League is a downgrade, especially when people have Ancient Tomb in their deck.
I was about to say that.
It's just, Wasteland's a big deal, but it's actually interesting how I feel like Wasteland could have such a little impact just because the mana's so bad that often the decks just don't have targets except for other Wastelands or Ancient Tomb. It's pretty good against the Affinity deck though, right? Because you can Wasteland the artifact lands. It's relevant. It's virtually free in these Affinity decks. Not totally, of course, but
yeah, I like how some of the mono black aggro decks are playing 1 Tomb of Urmai. Not a very often seen card from Savior's Come Go, but it's like super powerful if it's your last your last hurrah. You sack all of your lands and you make a 5/5, right?
Yeah. No, yeah, it was a good tech back then. I remember it.
Yep.
There weren't many black aggro decks in that format because Gifts and Given Control was too much. But
yeah, of course.
But that was a card that some of them played, right? Because it's like, okay, well, it's my last fret, and if they wipe my board, no card I'm going to draw is relevant anyways. So let's do this.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, in Standard, we have double-faced land cards, which changed the game a little bit.
Yeah.
But back then, we had to sack all our mana base to get the job done.
Right.
Right. I wonder if anybody's playing Apocalypse. I haven't checked. That would be a cool card to have access to.
The literal card Apocalypse?
Yeah, it was like the red deck's only answer to Circle of Protection Red, which is legal, right?
Yes, you're right. It's okay. It is a sorcery from Tempest. 2 red, red, red. Remove all permanents from the game. Discard your hand.
Right. Essentially, it was an admission of defeat. It was, I can't defeat Circle of Protection Red, so I'm going to play this card.
Yeah. In that vein, actually, in Mirrodin Standard, I remember playing the Slith Firewalker deck. And my answer to COP Red was to just cast Jinx Joker.
Yes.
And just start loading counters up on it, and then they would die.
Yeah, no, and somebody's actually playing Jinx Joker.
Yeah, exactly. That's why.
Yeah. The other cool card I saw that not Jinx Choker, there was another one that was right, Chris Scroll, of course. Like that's
Yeah, of course.
of course. Which like obviously Curse Scroll is kind of an interesting card I find because it tended to be better as formats would evolve, I would guess, because at the start of a format, people tend to be just very, okay, I'm going to just do my thing, and hopefully my thing is the best. But I guess if this format technically evolved over time, Curse Scroll might have become better. Like, for example, it could have slotted in the Affinity deck as that late option, right? You don't have many cards in hand as Affinity, and in the late game, it'd just be like 2 damage all the time. So I do wonder about that, actually. Like, I wonder, because I see the Affinity deck we're going to see once we get, once we get into the action, like, has 2 Curse Scrolls in the sideboard, and that actually seems like a pretty a strong option, right?
Yeah, so, like, actually where I think Curse Scroll shines the most is in small ball creature mirrors, right? Yes. It's like Grim Lavamancer, except instead of exiling cards from your graveyard, you just have to tap 3 lands and hope your hand is 1 card or 2 of the same card,
Yeah, which it will be very quickly, right? I guess it doesn't synergize well with exactly Sharkno Blast, but the rest of the Affinity deck it has to synergize with well, right? Because usually you just dump your hand and you're good to go. I'm surprised we don't see more of it, just because it's a cheap artifact that has. I think it would have been an insane call if people had put that card in the main deck, considering how many aggressive decks came out.
Yep. Do you remember the famous Dave Williams story about Curse Scroll?
Remind me, because I remember there were definitely a few different stories about Curse Scroll. Yeah, and I don't remember this exact one.
So it's some standard match. Dave is playing, and he's playing mono red versus like a mono blue deck. And he just Curse Scrolls naming Boil. Yeah. There's actually no Boils in Dave's deck. But the threat of Boil just forced the blue player to leave up 2 mana every turn until Dave eventually won.
It's like Boil. Right. Yeah. But if the player was smart, they'd go like, wait a second, why are they naming Boil? Even if it is in their list, there's 2 cards. They'd probably name the one that would not wreck me.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's fine. Those stories are...
Yeah. Dave knew what level his opponent was on to make that play.
Sure. I mean, Boyle was. I remember there was an awesome metagaming story with Boyle, right? The one from U.S. Nationals.
Yep.
Where essentially people stopped trying to counter Boyle because there was Blazation, right? So they played Spectral Shift.
Yep.
Just to make Boyle destroy mountains rather than islands.
Well, I think more commonly people played Shifting Borders as well.
Okay.
Which is 3 blue instant arcane, exchange 2 lands, one of yours and for one of theirs.
Okay.
So you would just take their Boseiju so you wouldn't get boiled. Or you would take one of their Tron lands versus the Tron decks. So there were just like a bunch of things like that.
You do what you have to do, right? When Stone Rain is not legal, you do what you have to do.
Right. So you have to go to extreme measures. There's some other really cool looking decks in this breakdown as well. I think, unfortunately, some of them have taken some losses, but in 8th place, we see an Arayo Affinity deck. Tell me what you think about that.
Yeah, it's actually an interesting deck, right? Because there was actually, I remember in Standard, when Arayo got spoiled was just when Affinity got banned, roughly.
Yep.
So there wasn't a big period of time where that deck existed, but it was really strong. I think in this format specifically, though, it's kind of interesting because the thing with Arayo, right, is the easier Arayo is to transform, the worse the card is. Because specifically Arayo shines against decks that try to curve out, right? Like if they try to go 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop, and you Arayo them, they're just done for,
right?
Because they can't double spell. Whereas if everyone's playing Lotus Petal, they just load their hand at some point. Go like Lotus Petal, okay, that's gone. Just load the rest.
I think we're going to go down to the match.
Awesome,
and it should be an exciting one to watch. All right, so who won the die roll? I'm trying to look at it. It looks like our Affinity player lost the die roll.
Okay. Oh, yeah. When you look at your opening hand and you have to start doing math already.
This is fine. This also looks like a very Legacy-esque hand to me, actually.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, it reminds me of playing Storm.
Yeah, except your Storm card is just Froglight. I actually think that's a really good mulligan. I think Wasteland being your only land is not that appealing, and you don't even have like a good
new ticket received.
Like a good curve, really, right?
I didn't check what the count was, but I guess we were not in enough artifacts to cast a Somber Hover card.
I think we were, but we didn't have any good follow-up was the real issue.
It would have been what, Frogmite, Somber card?
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on what the matchup is, right? And obviously, like, what's interesting, these cards have never lived under the London Mulligan rule, right? Well, so that's a completely different ballpark too.
We can probably check the matchup real quick, but it looks like our opponent's leading off with a Chrome Mox. That's always terrifying, right?
Yeah, Chrome Mox start is never good.
It's never good for at least one person, right?
Yeah, right. I lost my card. It's horrible. Yeah. This looks like
wow. It's mono red aggro. And Eidolon on the play is huge. Think about how much damage that can deal.
Imagine if the Affinity player was on the play, though. This would have been an irrelevant card.
It's funny because I think you might see those Eidolons hit the bench on the draw, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Because the problem is, like, this is the old Affinity deck with Frogmite and Mirror Enforcer, right? Because Arcpack Ravager was in Darksteel, so it's not legal. I like the quick count. You can see the mouse over, like, yep, it's good to go.
Nope.
No, that one you need, unfortunately. So there is one thing that's important with Affinity that I want to point out is you can announce the spell and then pay the costs for that spell. So you can't, with that board, if the Seat of the Synod was untapped, you could sacrifice Lotus Petal to cast Mirror Enforcer.
Yeah, you actually saw that a lot with Chromatic Sphere plus Thoughtcast. If you didn't have the right color of mana, you could announce Thoughtcast, then filter the mana through Chromatic Sphere. Another reason Chromatic Sphere is really just a messed up Magic card.
No, it definitely is, right, because it's a mana source.
So,
although, yeah, okay, so
do you even want to play that Petal?
Well, I guess so, right? Because you want to keep a Petal around for the Sharpnel Blast, and 2 damage isn't that bad.
Yep. I was about to say, I actually think this matchup is harder than it would be if Arcbound Ravager were legal.
I mean, Arcbound Ravager would be a real problem for the red.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I'm like looking at this now, and yeah, I was gonna say, like, the red player only has 2 cards in hand. Clearly doesn't have another mana source.
It really depends on what they are. I think if they're like creature removal spells, like, or even a curse scroll would be incredible here, obviously. But you still have to deal with the Mirror Enforcer, but you can trade off your Eidolon that's equipped with Bone Splitter, right?
Right. But then you would use Sharpnel Blast, which thankfully can get rid of this Eidolon if need be. Actually, if I don't see a creature come down, I'd be very tempted from the Lord's side to just fire off that blast on the Eidolon and swing in.
Yep, but obviously it depends a lot on what happens here. I'm going to take a look at the mono red list and see if there's main deck. No. So this red list has 8 burn spells in the main, 4 Shot Blast, 4 Searing Spear, and 3 Curse Scrolls.
Ooh, yeah, the Curse Scrolls are key, right? Because the Sharpnel Blast. Although if we see this Chrome Mox and print nothing, I would have expected Sharpnel Blast. What is this? Ooh, card advantage. But this is gonna backfire hard.
I think so as well. Mostly because I don't think the Affinity player needs a lot of turns to turn the corner with attacking for 6 per turn, right?
No, indeed. Well, yeah, it just decides, you know what? We don't need mana here. We can attack for 6 and just hope for the best.
Especially since our last card in hand is a 1 mana artifact. So, like, you don't need much to go right to use your last card, right?
No, that's very true. And you still have free artifacts in place, so it's not completely out of the question. Even if you draw that card like Thoughtcast, you could just draw a land and you're good to go. So, I mean, at the end of the day, they don't have any cards. Let's just go.
Yeah, so the other card I was checking for from the red side was Electrostatic Bolt, This person does not have it, but they have Scred in their sideboard, which is almost as good in a lot of ways.
Yeah. It's kind of strange though, right? Because you're playing Chrome Mox as a mana source, so I don't know. Electrostatic Bolt might be better. It's kind of one of those close calls though.
Yep.
Wait, sorry. Did Needle just name Mishra's Bauble?
And then a Mishra's Bauble was drawn.
Look, Spike lost the game, but they won in our hearts for sure.
Yeah, that's in. So I think the reasoning there is you saw your opponent play a land, so you just want to prevent them from cantripping into another land. And it's not like you can Pithing Needle Lotus Petal very effectively, right?
Yeah. No. Fire Slinger, that's an interesting card, right? It's is it tap deal 1?
Yeah, it's only tap deal 1, but you also take 1 damage. The problem with that card, I think, in this matchup is most of the creatures from Affinity have 2 toughness, right? There are no like Arcbound Ravagers or Arcbound Workers or Signal Pests, maybe what you're used to from the modern version, right?
Yes. Seems like a really strong sideboard card against mono white aggro, mono red or mono black aggro, but yes, not good in this one. Or the red mirrors. Since like all the damage spells aren't like shock, they're like you're either equaling it on mana or having to trade resources, so it's actually okay.
Wow, I love this. If any player decides that Shrapnel Blast is not good, because most of the time in this matchup, you're going to have to use Shrapnel Blast to remove a creature, when you might as well just downgrade your damage output, but not 2-for-1 yourself, right?
I'm actually surprised to see the Smelt stay in compared to, like, say, something like Curse Scroll coming in. Because I feel like Curse Scroll might be pretty good in a matchup like this, especially now that Shrapnel Blast is gone, and but I'm not sure about that. Maybe there's too much removal from the red side for the mana.
I think maybe the reasoning there is Pithing Needle is honestly not that good versus this Affinity deck currently, but it maybe if you load up on Curse Scroll and the red player doesn't have a Curse Scroll as well, it like leads to an awkward situation. I don't know. There's like obviously a lot of things to think about right there, right?
Yeah. No, right, because Needle is symmetrical, right? So like if they name Curse Scroll like and they draw it, like, that just destroyed their own turn. I do wonder. I don't know. I might respect Curse Scroll too much, but it feels like one of the more powerful Magic cards. And it's kind of weird, right? Because it's a powerful Magic card in a sea of powerful cards. Like even the land side, there's like 12 cards that are banned in Modern.
Oh, there's a lot of cards that are banned in Modern. A lot of them are banned in Modern because they're not in Modern, period.
Sure, right, of course. Yes.
But yeah, I think we're really seeing how powerful artifact lands are with Frogmite, Mirror Enforcer, and Somber Hoverguard, which is obviously the intent of those cards.
Yeah. And I think if it stayed there, it was fine. It's once you started having Ravager, Disciple of the Vault, Skullclamp, that things went crazy.
Yeah, went haywire.
Yeah. This seems reasonable. Can't Frogmite turn 1, I think, but at least can prepare for 1 and probably Thoughtcast just after.
Yeah, I actually like this hand because your mana is stable. The Glimmer Void is not vulnerable by itself, and you can cycle the Bauble whenever you feel like it's correct to do so, which is probably not on the first turn, but probably the second turn, because you want to play the Frogmite and the Thoughtcast.
Yes. I guess the lead off here is something like Great Furnace, because you really don't want to get hit by Wasteland on the seed of the Synod, but maybe not. Maybe it doesn't matter too much.
I think it is likely not to matter that much because of the Glimmer Void, right?
Yes. Really going to depend, I think, on the red player's start. If they can get a quick Chrome Mox going, that might be good.
I think maybe a Slith Firewalker on turn 1 might be too much to handle this game. Because by turn 2, it would already be a 3/3. Oh,
there we go. There's
are we about to see it? What was imprinted? It's kind of hard to
Scred.
Oh, Scred. So the Screds obviously were coming in, as we discussed. Turn 1 Eidolon. Darn, I kind of wish it was just a Slith Firewalker. Then the folks can understand how powerful a turn 1 Slith is. It's ridiculous, right?
Yes. I'm kind of surprised. I mean, I understand not casting Bauble here, but I'm Eidolon may not actually be that good against Affinity, honestly.
Yeah, because just look at all of the creatures, they like cost 4, 6, and 7, right?
Yeah, and on top of that, you have to land it on turn 1. Like on turn 2, it's too late.
Right.
So you have to be on the. I mean, they're on the play, but they also have to have Chrome Mox, which. I don't know about casting this. I mean, you can just take 2 damage. It's not the end of the world.
So I think once you go down this line, their plan is to remove. That was weird.
Yeah.
No, I think this is fine. I think the intention is to trade Frogmite for Jackal if it's allowed, and then just use Thoughtcast and Hoverguard to pull ahead, right?
Right. I guess you can play the attrition game, and that way you can't be burned out. But it seems unlikely to be burned out in a spot like this.
Right.
Oh yeah. So. Well, that's not the best podcast.
So I was actually thinking about this. It's possible that the card you actually want to side out is Wasteland.
That would be true. On the draw, for sure, you could shave one at least.
Yep.
Frank Karsten did the math, and basically his math was if you have the right number of lands, you should side one out on the draw in the vast majority of situations, which I thought was an interesting take. Okay.
So the Finny player knows that another Scred's coming, but you also know your opponent doesn't have a second Snow Mountain.
Yeah.
Because it would have been played by now already, right?
Yeah. I think your call on Electrostatic Bolt was correct. That definitely would have been quite the upgrade.
Yeah, because it's kind of hard because Electrostatic Bolt might be worse than Scred if you expect like green decks, and there were green decks, right?
Maybe I overestimate how many artifacts are present.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is.
This looks like. Well, I feel like a Searing Spear is about to happen, right?
I think it's being telegraphed for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's a Searing Spear and you get to trade with Jackal Pup here, then you end up in a scenario where it would be a top deck war. But it doesn't look like a Searing Spear because that would have been.
I do not believe my opponent has Searing Spear here because if you have Searing Spear and you don't cast it on Hoverguard, I'm not sure what's going on then, right?
Yeah. No, I would suspect they just have Scred, a few other conditional cards that are more expensive and just don't have mana. Turns out it's very good to have 2 mana on turn 1, but not for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and like you said, the second mana being Chrome Mox instead of Snow Mountain is actually very damaging here, right?
Right. Yeah, that's definitely the case because that's the thing, right? I was looking at the list and the number of like actual lands in it is 14 snow-covered mountains. It's playing 4 Great Furnace because of the Sharpnel Blast, right?
And look at this, we have to use 2 Screds to kill a Hoverguard. But no, the good thing for Spike or Will is that the Fiend player had no follow-up creature. So if you remove this creature as well, you're probably safe for a while, right?
Yeah, because you're only getting attacked for 2 a turn. I mean, it does start well. I mean, 2 a turn is looking a lot more juicy here.
Now I bet the Finny player wishes that was a Shrapnel Blast, but I think on average you actually would wish it was a Searing Spear.
No, yeah, for sure. Yeah, we definitely both agree that the Spear is a better call than Shrapnel Blast because generally post-board games are about resources, which again is why I was surprised about the Curse Scroll. But you're right about the Wasteland. I mean, to be fair, it looks bad here. But...
So I think I've probably played with and against Wasteland more than other people on average, but I also understand when it's not a good card. And like a monocolored deck, I think is probably the poster child for where Wasteland's not that good. Specifically a monocolored deck with no utility lands like Barbarian Ring or like Blinkmoth Nexus or whatever.
However, all that said, I mean, I was going to say it's impressive how wow, all 4 Screds.
So I think Will probably kept a hand that had 2 Screds, Mountain, Chrome Mox, Eidolon, which is probably that's like a pretty decent hand versus Finny on the play.
But you need that second mountain.
Another Chrome Mox. What does this mean?
Oh, it's sharp.
Oh, it's Shrapnel Blast for the Mirror Enforcer.
I mean, at least it's telegraphing it.
Yeah. No, I would bet a large sum of money there's actually Shrapnel Blast coming.
I mean, if there's not, the game ends. But yeah,
Yeah,
there's a good chance here. But yeah, and it seems like it's as we called it. Look at this mana base. Wow, I mean, I was playing ramp in the CFB tournament, and I think I arrived to this amount of mana after that time. You can cast Genesis Ultimate. This is perfect.
You can, because Gomer Void is broken.
Well, I mean, it doesn't look super strong here. This is also why Ravager was so good, right? Is you can convert all of this real estate into damage.
Torch Fiend looks really decent here, actually.
Yeah. The best draw now is Somber Hoverguard, just because it can't be destroyed by Torch Fiend.
Right.
Funnily enough, you were talking about Brutestar. That would have been a sweet card here.
Yeah, the combo was Brutestar plus Lightning Reeve, so you would just like two-shot them, and then they couldn't remove the Brutestar if you basically wait for them to tap out a black man or whatever, right?
Yeah. There's the Smelt.
Yeah.
I'm not convinced.
I mean, it does something at least, but it doesn't do a lot.
I think the aim of that card was against Curse Scroll, right? Like, that would make sense to me.
Right.
That's why I would want the Smelt. Obviously, here you can get rid of the Chrome Mox. Your opponent clearly has mana trouble.
Mm-hmm.
And on top of that, Torch Fiend requires to pay red mana, so that might be relevant. If they have another 2-drop, you can at least load something, cost them a turn, maybe.
So this is the classic game getting beaten down by a Goblin Piker. Another Chrome Mox.
Another empty Chrome Mox.
Well, what do you think this is?
I think, there's a decent chance here. By the way, we're like 26 cards deep into this affinity list. And still can't find. It does play a lot of lands, actually. I was surprised. It was like 20 lands, which felt like a lot, especially with Lotus Petal as well. Because none of the lands are like the creature lands, right? You don't have Ink Moth Nexus. You don't have access to Blink Moth Nexus either.
I think that's why they probably snuck into Wastelands, figuring it would have utility versus a reasonable amount of the field.
Yeah. Well, at least we can remove a creature and burn them out.
Yeah, I was going to say the bad part of Jackal-Pup is it doesn't line up super well versus burn spells, because removing it also deals your opponent damage.
I'm actually surprised it's kept post sideboard. It's usually the best threat to remove in the aggro mirrors.
I think on the play, Will was justifying it just to keep his curve correct. And like that's actually just a consideration in general. If you cut too many 1-drops, even if they're like not great to draw, it can lead to issues.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
I bet Will is really happy that this is not a Shrapnel Blast being pointed at his Jackal-Pup instead.
Or, face.
But you get it both, right?
No, maybe they have like the 5th Scred and get to kill their own Jackal-Pup. Okay, maybe not a 5th Scred, but okay, this is turn 13.
Oh, that's one of the better draws, I think, right here.
Oh, for sure. Oh yeah, that is one of the better draws. There we go. I mean, like it was kind of funny because that game played itself out in 4 or 5 turns, and then it was just drawing a bunch of garbage on both sides.
Yeah. I mean, Affinity player took it down pretty convincingly. But honestly, sometimes that happens. Like there was a lot of attrition going on. Both players drew a lot of cards, frankly, like because the game went until like turn 14. So it's not like, I mean, maybe not drawing a second Snow Mountain earlier probably cost Will a lot of points, but sometimes that happens to you. Like there's only 14 in the deck. It's like definitely impossible not to draw a second one.
Yeah, no, for sure, right? Like I'm surprised, right, because you have to play Great Furnace, right, for Shrapnel Blast, but
yep.
It's your choice, right? But by the way, Jim Davis in the chat rating with a party of 91 Welcome, everyone. We're going to try to get you some sweet set roulette magic action. We just finished. You probably just saw the end of Affinity versus Mono Red, which was a very long and drawn out match where the Affinity player had probably more real estate than I remember seeing in golf resorts. But that's another discussion. It's just...
I think we have another match. It's a mono green deck versus a mono red deck now. Oh, this is sweet. This was the Elfin Nail deck.
Yeah. Look, I didn't realize this channel had become the watch Mono Red get beaten down channel.
Look, it's too early to call it, but these Elder Scale Worm, so here's what happened this game. Prophetic Flamespeaker had a Loxodon Warhammer. Elder Scale Worm attacked into it and forced the trade off of the Flamespeaker for the Worm.
That's already pretty good.
Ooh, Gens is a classic.
Oh yeah, I like that the art choice very deliberately chose the one from Mirrodin.
Yep.
Is this just lethal?
I don't know. It looks really close, and I think Matt's like, well, I'll let my opponent do the math.
Well, you have a 5/1 life-linking creature, but this would still get rid of most of the board anyways. The only thing I could see that would change the situation is like a Sharpnel Blast on Archdruid, but even then you lose the Warhammer, so that's not a very great... it's not a great line either.
The other issue is that the Jackal Pup is a notoriously bad blocker, right?
Well, I mean, it can trade, but it certainly can't absorb damage.
All right, so apparently the opponent's at 2. We drew a card off Orin Viper. Oh, is it just better to play the Elvish Archdruid?
I don't think there's anything the red deck can do to punish you, so making them 4/4s and protecting them from Assyrian Spear. I genuinely don't think there's anything the red player can do.
No, because you put the Warhammer on the Jackal Pup, but you still take damage and you only gain 6 life or 5 life.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it doesn't look like that there was a way out unless you played Apocalypse, but that was not gonna happen.
So a quick victory for the green deck. I don't know what game that was, but obviously they were victorious in the match. All right, so I believe we're going to go down and watch our Living Death player, the blue-black Living Death deck. And that should be a nice one to watch.
Yeah, and that one for sure was one of the decks we, because obviously a lot of people joined us, and you're all very welcome. Right. Essentially, we were talking about the Living Death deck as like probably the best meta call because Goblin Charbelcher was kind of, with Mana Severance, was seen as the boogeyman of the format, but with the access to Pivy Needle, it was easy to fight it, but no one really has Graveyard Hate, right? So something with Reanimate and Living Death plus Dark Ritual, and on top of that, you get Intuition from Tempest, Ideas Unbound from Savers of Kamigawa. Sure, the fatties are not what we're used to seeing in Legacy, like it's not a Crystal brand, but Elder Scale Worm is pretty good when all the removal is awful.
Yeah. Frankly, I'm going to be relieved not to see Gristlebrand's reanimated. That stuff gets kind of boring real fast, Yeah,
Reanimate's fine when it was doing like Spirit of the Night back in the day.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, there was a really funny moment where, while the match is getting set up, where Reanimate... there was a Reanimator deck that played Goblin Assassin, or it was like the Goblins deck played Goblin Assassin against Reanimator.
Yep.
Because they're like one of the only answers to a Chroma, which was like the creature they were coming back at the time.
So I think what Goblin Assassin says is when it or any other Goblin comes into play, you flip a coin, and if it lands favorably for you, they sack a creature. Otherwise, you sack a creature.
I think it's like each player flips, and it's like it's a Goblin style assassin. They just don't know what they're doing. Sometimes they do it, sometimes they don't. They figure things out.
Okay, you're right. Okay. Going to feature 3. Whoops. So I think there were still some issues. We'll try to get the living death match for y'all, but now we'll watch some mono white on mono red. Oh, so how do you feel about Locks on Warhammer versus mono red?
Yeah, it's a good card. I feel
Yeah.
like it has potential, especially from Raise the Alarm, right? Like, look at what you have to do. You have to like Surging Flame. Oh, got the other Surging Flame.
Yeah, I was about to say, are we gonna ripple into another one?
Oh wow. Skill right there. That is the skill you need to take down tournaments.
Yeah, and are we gonna see another one just for value to the face?
I mean, might as well, right?
Yeah.
The future ones are probably not very good. So.
Right.
Actually, no. You don't want to. You want to draw the next one, but like have it guaranteed to ripple. That's what you want.
Yeah, exactly. You're okay drawing another like bad shock, but if it finds another bad shock for free, then it's great.
Yes. I mean that was like a. I mean it was still 1-for-1 for Raise the Alarm, but with Warhammer, like, bad shock does it again.
Oh wait, is it gonna happen?
Oh, it's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah, that was a lot of smelts, by the way. The red player respecting locks it on Warhammer.
It's really hard for these red decks to beat Warhammer, I think.
Oh yeah, the old school. Yeah, it's not like the Embercleave decks, right? Like Embercleave is like Warhammer, whatever, take 20 or something. But this is trying to attack in for 4 or 5, and when every creature essentially trades, it's not great.
Yeah, I remember Locks on Warhammer was like almost a bomb in Mirrored Inland. Actually, it probably was a bomb if it didn't get removed.
Yeah, it was pretty good, but it turned out that since the cards that other people were picking were Shatter, Viridian Shaman, and similar, it was a little awkward. But, yeah. And by the way, nice little note there of the 2 smelt bottom. If you can see that in the MTGO chat. Clearly put there just to remind, like there's less of a chance of drawing a spell. So when it comes, it'll be more glorious.
Yes. Ooh, a Kindle off the top to remove the blocker. That's a huge.
I mean, yeah, it definitely is, because this is this just a 2-turn clock? No, it's 1 off, but it was very close.
2, 3.
Because it's 7 next turn plus 1 from Mock Fanatic, but it's pretty close. And honestly, it might as well be, because I don't know what the white deck can do. Because even if the white deck draws another creature, it has to at least have 2 toughness. And I like this, even though Sharpnel Blast still works, just get rid of the red player's mana. Actually, I'm not even sure I like it, because you can't prevent Sharpnel Blast. And there's a very hard... I mean, if there's a free drop in the deck and you can't equip Locks It on Warhammer to it, that's going to maybe cost you the game.
Yeah, that is a downside.
But yeah, I like this deck, right? You play 4 of bad shock, and then 4 of another bad shock and Kindle.
Well, Kindle gets better later in the game, right? Because you'll have cast the first Kindle, then the second one will be for 3, third one will be for 4, the fourth one will be for 5. It's no accumulated knowledge, and in fact, in one of the set roulettes, accumulated knowledge was illegal, and the games became really weird.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because it's like you can't in the mirrors. You can never cast the card.
Well, you can, but you have to realize you're giving up a huge amount, right?
Yes, especially the first one, right? I think when you're drawing 2 cards, it's fine, but when you're drawing 1, it's bad. Ah, there we go.
Yeah. So I actually think mono red is probably favored versus mono white, generally speaking. And you can sort of see why. The mono red player can use all of their removal spells to remove creatures, or the player. Like, it's really, really powerful to have that option, right?
Yeah. No, I agree. The card I liked a lot was Eidolon of Rhetoric, right? Because that actually would have been a good answer, but Sharpnel Blast is around. Is that an Elixir of Immortality in the mono red player's graveyard?
So it must have been killed by...
Shrapnel Blast.
Yeah, killed by Shrapnel Blast.
No, but why? Yeah. Why is the card in the deck?
Oh, let's not worry about that.
That's fair. why not is more the...
Yeah.
Right.
All right, so we're trying to get the Living Death match back. There's been a few technical difficulties, but I'm really excited to watch this match personally.
Yeah, so am I. By the way, in the chat, it's kind of interesting because DC Sports 8 was saying they tested the Belcher deck.
Yeah.
And essentially saying like it was just not a good deck. Which it's kind of interesting. I guess what do we have for searching, right? Like you have Intuition, which is obviously very good, but it's a 2-card combo deck and you need both cards. So I'm trying to wonder what else there is that can help you search your library, but there's not a ton I remember from these sets from a manipulation perspective.
Yeah, I think, well, Spoils of the Vault is legal, but that card is very costly, right?
Yeah. Spoils would only be good if you were extremely fast, right? And also the metagame's super aggressive, so it doesn't help.
Yeah, the other issue is, so there are ways to find artifacts. Fabricate is in Mirrodin. What else was I thinking about? Oh, Nassif's deck had Tinker. That's what it was.
Oh yeah, right. That's a good magic card right there. Fabricate is a step down from Tinker for sure.
All right, so I think we have the match going, but we're gonna have to watch it from the red-green side. But I'm still down to see what can happen.
Oh yeah, for sure.
All right, so both players are ramping. Ancient Tomb looking phenomenal right here, right?
Jesus.
Yeah.
Like Ancient Tomb's looking great. That's why you play Wasteland, right? Just to blow up Ancient Tomb.
Yeah, or like various other lands like Drowned Catacomb, you know.
Actually, this is probably what the Affinity player should have played, right? Ancient Tomb seems amazing. It does cost mana, but life, but yeah.
I think the actual issue with doing that is a lot of the Affinity cards are not going to be affected by Ancient Tomb because all of your artifact lands are Ancient Tomb. A lot of your colored cards aren't like helped to be cast by Ancient Tomb either.
That's fair. Yeah. Yeah, you need the mana that produces a color. Yep. But yeah, that Ideas Unbound didn't work out so well, right? Like just 2 lands and a Dark Ritual. So that's got to be really reassuring for the red-green player.
Main phase Thirst. So we're looking for probably creatures to, or we might have creatures to discard this time.
Yeah.
Or we're looking for creatures to discard, or we're looking for Intuition, or something.
Right. Well, that's why you see 1 black mana up, right, for Reanimate. Just in case.
So, B. Paris discarded a Living Death. It just leads me to believe that he doesn't have the creatures, a way to get creatures into graveyard. We probably have another Living Death, is my suspicion.
Mm-hmm.
But look at what Red-Green's doing. We're just trying to kill all of the black sources while applying pressure.
Yeah. Right. There was that option to play the Thundermaw Hellkite, which would have been a 2-turn clock. Yep. But I guess you can just delay it by a turn and Thundermaw Hellkite since Reanimate wouldn't work. But because if you if they were at 9 life, it wouldn't be very different from them at 14 in reality. Even though it looks like a 2-turn clock, if they can reanimate an Elder Skillworm, none of it matters.
Yeah, I was going to say, is there a way for the Girl deck to beat Elder Skillworm once it's in play?
Not easily. But because there's only 2 Elder Skillworms, this Intuition can't put 1 in the graveyard. Because even if you search both...
Well, I mean, I was going to say, what if you just search for Worm, Thirst for Knowledge?
You still need all the mana, right?
Right.
Which or Ideas Unbound would be cheaper, but... Which is, again, why we saw that destruction land. But yeah, decided not to get rid of... Put it in the graveyard. I think that was a misstep, yeah.
So you saw the next level play the opponent did, right? He looked for 2 Sphinxes and a Worm, hoping that for some reason the opponent would pick the Sphinx because it's the 2 of, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm going to reread Elder Scale Worm to make sure that there's no like clever way out of this.
You essentially need to deal 7, is what I understand with that card.
Okay, I see. So if you have two Thundermaw Hellkites like are in this person's hand attacking, that works.
Right. Or I
Now,
guess if you Thunderball Hellkite plus the other creatures. But
wait,
I was wondering if that works, right?
it should work, right?
There's probably rulings on this card because it's a very.
I don't
Somebody
know
must have
how
asked
this
the question.
card 100% works offhand. I would have to go check. So basically the question we have is that does it have to be one source of damage dealing 7 damage in order to KO through Elder Scale Worm?
Yeah. Yeah, because otherwise you could have just played Thundermaw Hellkite, attacked with all in one, right? Because that would have definitely dealt at least 7. Although I'm not sure how the Living Death player. I guess they just do this. They just build a board where they have an infinity of creatures. So yes, they get rid of their Elder Skill Worm, but they Living Death back another one, so it doesn't matter. And then they just win.
Maybe someone in chat will tell us how this works and tell us we're dumb. I'm okay with that.
I mean, that's part of the counterintuitive stuff, right? Is trying to figure it out. Actually, here's an interesting question. If you were in in the Gruul player's seat, would you just gamble it? Like, what are we losing here? A Solim or an acidic? Like, if the Thunderball Hellkite gets in there, like we're just taking 7 trample damage, I guess. But we're not winning this. That's not how we're gonna. It's not gonna end up mattering, I would suspect. So would you just if you didn't know, would you just go in there?
Yeah, probably. I would just try it. But I think this Living Death might be too much because now, I mean, Hellkite will tap down all the Sphinxes because that's what the card does. Well, actually, if it works, it still works, right?
Yeah, I mean, might as well try it, right? We have 10 mana. We have one opponent. We've got to give.
Yeah, and you're certainly not surviving the next attack, so you might as well see how the card actually works, right?
Yeah, exactly. If you're not sure, just give it a try. See what happens. Or you can hope they deck themselves. They didn't notice their library size.
I did notice. I thought it was going to be fine because we still have like 8 cards left in deck, right? Which is plenty given this board.
Yeah, I know for sure. But I feel like you gave up, right? If you do the pile where they have 5 cards, you probably gave up. At least there's no way to give these creatures haste.
So the other Living Death deck did play one of those. Cyclops of Eternal whatever. It's from Journey into Nyx and it gives all of your creatures haste.
Oh, right, yeah, the creature enchantments from that set had very enchantment-esque effects.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, there's no counter magic or anything, right? So you might as well just play both Hellkites. Double check that it doesn't. Okay, fine. As I thought, it didn't work.
Yep. Might as well check. Wait, is this a sideboard game? Because there are plummets in the deck.
Yeah, this has to be a sideboard game. The clocks are also pretty low.
Well, the clock started at 40, right? And they're both at 34?
45, right? So.
Yeah.
No, not plummet, not acidic slime. No.
We'll never know. We'll never know.
Somebody will have to reproduce this board state and tell us. The creatures just tap that turn, right? Yeah. Yep.
Duplicate.
It's pretty good here.
This looks awfully lethal to me now.
Yeah, definitely looks very lethal. The trample is going to do the trick.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the match.
Yeah, I find it funny how like just one random card like Elder Scale Worm can really change the texture of the format, right? Because this Living Death deck without Elder Scale Worm would be kind of cool, but I think it'd have trouble against aggressive decks because you could do your whole thing and be in huge amounts of trouble. But just because that card exists, you're fine. It's
well, I think if they didn't play Elder Scale Worm, they'd probably try to fit Platinum Angel into their deck, right? Although Platinum Angel is significantly worse than Elder Scale Worm for a lot of reasons, because with that one, everyone's already playing Shatters already, so it's kind of an unreliable like plan to lean on, right?
Right. Plus Plummet here, but Acidic Slime. Yeah, so I think that's why Elder Scale saw play, right? Like if everybody's like, well, I want to play Artifact Removal, and then you're like, well, I'm not going to play Elder Scale. I'm not going to play Platinum Angel. That just seems. Yeah. So yeah, apparently chat is telling us it prevents all damage, so it just wouldn't happen.
Yep. All right. So I think we're going to take a 5-minute break and be back for round 2.
So, hi, back for round 5 action, and we're gonna be setting up for a sweet one actually, as I'm joined by Philippe Garot, and I am Eduardo Sajgalik. For those who were not around in the last couple of minutes, we saw some interesting matches. Actually, we just saw at the end Living Death take it over the Red Greed kind of Ponza land denial deck, thanks to the power of Elder Skill Worm, just giving you infinite time until you can fire off a Living Death with a ton of creatures.
When worship grows legs.
Yes.
Apparently, being able to Living Death worship seems like a great play when you're playing against the beatdowns of this format, which could be either mono white, mono red, or mono black, because the mana base is so bad.
Yeah, and I mean, again, the removal is not absolute, right? The best removal is kind of Searing Spear and Sharpnel Blast, which obviously leads people to be mono red or red-based aggressive decks. But Elder Skill Worm doesn't kill for those cards. You have to combine at least 2.
Yeah, you need at least 2 of them to actually get there. And normally, if you're pointing 2 at that creature, you're not pointing with their face. And if you're playing a Reanimator style deck via Living Death, I mean, the guys that you're going to have on the board are going to be pretty gigantic. So it's not the team of Jackal Pup and Slith Firewalker that's going to actually get through those ginormous bodies.
Right. Yeah. But yeah, to be fair, we saw quite a few different decks. But the nice thing about Set Roulette is we get to see, again, even more decks. We always get to see more and more different decks. If we get a chance to see, Simon Nielsen's mono white deck, like, I mean, oh wow, okay, so we got a mono white mirror match. My bad. So we're gonna look at Matthew Como's list. And yeah, I didn't really, when I saw that set of that set, essentially Tempest plus Mirrodin, I didn't really think White Weenie was really going to be that much of a thing, especially 2 separate players at 4-0 facing off in a mirror match.
Yeah, back in the day in Tempest, the shadow creatures were very good as for black, as for white, but they were more based on protection from colored creatures like Solitary Priest and Solitary Monk. The disruption that you had back then was probably much better as being a black shell than a white shell, but you don't get the expansions that Tempest gave us to be able to round out that aggression. So instead, we're going to Saviors of Kamigawa, M13, and Cold Snap, just to be able to round out this soldier build that is essentially what we're going to see as a mirror match, like you said.
Right, but I mean, Field Marshal is actually a big deal. Again, if these decks just don't have removal, right? I'm looking at Simon Nielsen's list, and there's an Oblivion Ring and a Banishing Light, which is, okay, Oblivion Ring, the same. And yes, being able to give your team first strike in a white mirror is a very strong ability. It means that essentially you get to dictate combat. Once that Field Marshal is down, it's going to be very hard for Simon Nielsen to push through damage because you essentially get to put your whole team in front of a blocker. So you really need to overpower. And something like Bone Splinter is also a problem, especially if it can go on an Auriok Steel Shaper, give all the soldiers +1/+1. So it's maybe the most uncommon style of trouble deck, and it's a little bit cobbled together, I feel, but it's, to be frankly honest, it's probably going to get the job done just because of that first strike ability from Field Marshal. I think that's going to be really huge in the match.
Yeah, you say first strike is a big thing. That's probably why nowadays first strike is normally something you see on creatures while attacking, because if you just have a bunch of first strike creatures staring at each other, there's not a whole lot of combat going down. So that's where you get something like Odric that comes in. You're like, well, okay, we have a board stall. Then you just play Odric, and you just tell your opponent, you ain't blocking, so you just die on the spot. It's essentially a Warcraft type card that just dictates combat and saying, falter. It's the white falter.
Yeah. By the way, Simon Nielsen saying hi to Twitch, which is very appreciated. But yeah, I think in this mirror match, definitely Matthew seems really ahead to me because of that combination of the first strike from Field Marshal and Audric Master Tactician, and both of those cards are in the hand, along with Hand of Honor, which is not unfortunately honorary soldier, but very distinctly not a soldier. Importantly.
Yes, but Bushido in this creature matchup is going to be also relevant because having a 3/3 on the board instead of having a 2/2 is, as for attack or blocks, going to be relevant. And as you said, the Field Marshal and the Odric are in hand right now. If the board doesn't even get there because the being on the play is such a thing. Oh, nope. I think Luminich, what's that?
Sublime Archangel actually is going to change things a lot because if you don't get that extra land, the problem is it came down early enough that now you don't get to stop it from attacking in, and that's actually a really good way to destroy the Field Marshal Audric plan is being on the play, making that Archangel turn free thanks to Ancient Tomb. I think it's just going to run away with the game because we're looking at if there's another creature this turn and attack for 7 in the air. And yet another one would be a full 8, and that's a 2-turn clock, which currently, and maybe in the whole deck, I don't think Matthew has an answer to.
That is pretty much correct. Just as much as he will have the ground game locked up, the air seems to be clear for Simon to go through, and that might just be enough for him to... Oh, more Exalted triggers. Let's go. Johnny is on the battlefield now.
Double strike. Wait, is this just lethal? Yeah, that's just it. That's a full 6. Okay. We're done.
Well, see, we blinked and then someone died. It was great how we had this discussion about how Odric's going to dominate combat and Field Marshal's going to stop his opponent from attacking. And then Simon just demolished him by 16ing him on turn 4.
Yeah, that was kind of it. And one other interesting thing I forgot about Field Marshal is, I'm used to modern templating.
It's symmetrical.
Right. So Simon doesn't have access to as many soldiers, but there are a few, right? Because you're still playing that set of shadow creatures.
Yeah.
Right. How many aggressive white creatures are there?
Apparently not enough for you to think that there are different ones that are good enough to not be the same as your opponent when you have such a restricted field.
Yeah, I mean, you want a good 1-drop, you want good 2-drops, and then after that it starts getting... I mean, there's only so many of these cards. And vulnerability, okay.
Is something that's going to be super relevant against the Exalted triggers from the not only Sublime Archangel, but the rest of the Knight that Simon also had.
Right, I was trying to. I think I got that card because it was given in a bunch of bulk cards that got given when I started playing Magic. But if I remember, it's like 2 damage to prevent from a source, which is a horrible deal. But you have buyback for free, so for 5 mana you can repeatedly.
Blind a guy.
Yeah, you could just go like this doesn't work. So an Exalted, this is a perfect counter to Exalted, but it is an expensive card. You need 5 mana for it, and the deck plays 20 mana sources between 17 planes and free Chrome Mox.
Yeah, he doesn't have access to Ancient Tomb. He chose to eschew that since he was going to be Lord of the Ground. In comparison to Simon, which decided to load up on more 4-drops, and instead of having Odric, he has access to the Sublime Archangel. He actually wanted it faster in play, which he demonstrated very clearly in that game.
Yeah, and Simon's hand, of course, there. Being on the play, getting to get that turn-free Archangel and the turn 4 kill was probably above par. That was a good draw.
It's probably one of the reasons he chose to play that deck.
Yeah, no, right. Like I think because Set Roulette is about finding decks in a brand new format, you often want to just be more proactive. So having that ability to kind of get wins out of nowhere, be a little faster is actually worth a lot. As formats mature, you tend to slow down, right? You tend to have more answers, so formats slow down, so other
more lands.
Yeah, you add more lands to your deck. But it's kind of funny also watching the land counts in these decks or the mana sources, right? Because we're so used to 26, 27 land decks, especially with the Zendikar. Well, back when Uro was a thing and the double face cards. So coming back to this 17 land stuff or 20 lands for a standard esque experience. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot more mana sinks nowadays, whereas creatures back then just were like base stats, and they would get pumped with lords like of this nature, the field marshal, and either maybe some plus and plus encounters here and there. And nowadays, you want more lands just to be able to sink all your mana to be doing things. So if we're comparing to let's say the Ajani as a planeswalker ability to let's say Heliod from Theros Beyond Death, nowadays you actually have to like pay mana to give lifelink to creatures to put counters on them. So you want more lands in play.
Yeah, so this is an interesting one because this would be a perfect 7-carder, like just ideal, right? Because you could go Raise the Alarm, Field Marshal, and if you draw a land, a Johnny.
Yeah.
On like turn 1, 2. I like getting rid of the War Falcon, but I'm guessing if you're going to use this Crow Mox, it's exiling the Ajani and going for Raise the Alarm, Field Marshal, and just hoping to draw more stuff. But I think this makes sense to me to just power it out, even though it's costing you a pretty powerful card in the late game.
I mean, we could have seen him try to like just go War Falcon on turn 1 and then just try to get the Ajani on turn 3, and maybe use the Raise the Alarm as blockers instead of having the Field Marshal be there and just putting the Field Marshal under the Crow Mox or just getting rid of it.
Yeah, it's true. Field Marshal being symmetrical also makes that a better consideration.
Yeah, just because it's the mirror.
Yeah, I mean the turn 2 Planeswalker is really hard to deal with, especially in a matchup like this.
Yeah. Whereas here he chose to just put the Ajani into the Crow Mox and have the Raise the Alarm be played end of turn on turn 1, and just have the Field Marshal go to town and just pump up everyone and try to get them dead that way.
Yeah, I think you're right about the Ajani potentially being better than the Field Marshal in this spot, but it turned out that with the second raise, it's not even close. It's just better.
Of course, the top of the deck is just going to punish our other line in immediately.
No, it's fine. The player's line is the one that matters, right? So they took the right line.
Clearly, they just looked into the future.
Yeah, well, 2/2 Flyer is pretty. It's not going to get the job done against this. This is like the biggest telegraph on the planet. By the way, Bone Splinter Go.
Yeah, unfortunately. Maybe you just not play Bone Splitter there, or you just like play it and equip just to swing in.
I think it makes sense to run it out there, right? Because if you draw like a Johnny, another 2-drop or something, you'd want to be able to equip it.
Like Raise the Alarm?
Yeah, sure. Or even this Trooper, right? Like that's like the type of thing that. But yeah, here it's not looking great because essentially you're gonna have to double block one of these one-off tokens with the 2/2s to get rid of it. Like, yeah, so you have to double block it, trade your 2/2 flyer to get rid of one of the creatures that came from Raise the Alarm.
Yep, removal back then, or in these sets that we have access to, are not very kind to white.
Yeah, I mean, there's a really good one, which is, what's it called? Dread of Night, but that's obviously not been played here.
Nope.
Well, yeah.
Let's say that 3-mana sorcery speed Banishing Light on a 3-mana opposing card when you're trying to play the aggro mirror isn't where you want to be.
Yeah, it's just too slow. Crow Mox was a big part there, right? Because if you went Raise the Alarm into Field Soldier like a turn later, that would have given Simon a lot more time to set up. But they need to do it there.
Yeah, and with the line that the player chose to go wide with the Field Marshal, it was actually able to increase the damage output that Johnny would have actually done in the end. Of course, with the Bone Splitter 2 turns later, being able to like chuck it in the air with the -3 on the double strike would have probably been able to catch up and just like build your own Embercleave, let's say. But panned out.
A Johnny being a free mana planeswalker is actually a pretty big addition to the deck, right?
It's the white Embercleave, man.
It's the white Embercleave. Well, Modric also makes combat a nightmare, but you need the mana for that.
Yes, we do. Good old 20 mana sources back in the days.
Yeah. This looks like a very fair hand.
Especially on the draw.
I mean, I don't think you can mulligan this kind of hand.
No, because it's got lands and spells and a curve. So if your opponent's beating you, it's probably with the same thing, but they're on the play.
Yeah, to
Would
be
you rather
fair,
develop your board on turn 2 or just equip the Bone Splitter and get in the damage?
Well, Bone Splitter would essentially would give that damage with haste. I don't know about developing. I think Bone Splitter seems bad here because you don't like it becomes like an enticing trade, right? From a tempo perspective. So I like just developing the board. Raise the Alarm makes sense, right? Because you get the Field Marshal.
Yes.
Ooh, yeah. If Simon Nielsen just makes a 2/2 flyer, this is not going to end well. Yeah, this is not going to end well.
Nope. The curve's going to beat him, especially the Field Marshal.
Yeah, I think you just landed Field Marshal is plus 3 damage, and the alternative of going something like Trooper plus War Falcon, it's not going to be as much.
And
plus, obviously, the 2/2 would block.
Missing his land drop, this game isn't going to last much longer.
Yep. I mean, if there's a land, it will. I think definitely Simon Nielsen would have. Oh, that's an interesting.
Especially if it's
land.
Ancient Tomb. Then again, Ancient Tomb does put him lower on the clock in terms of life points that his opponent has to deal with. But
looking at the damage output, something like Sublime Archangel would do the trick, right? Because
it would present 5 damage here in the air or shadow, whichever one you want.
Yeah, it would present 5 damage, and then next turn you might still have an out, because I don't think there's a way for, Wingspan here to break through for lethal, but like can't easily set up for a future turn.
If he draws a second Field Marshal, where does that put him?
Oh, that would be absolutely incredible, right? There's no blockers. And we're also surmising there's a Sublime Archangel. We don't know yet if it exists.
No, it feels like Simon's doing some combat math before making this play.
Yeah. Which makes sense, because you also have to consider Ancient Tomb Simon.
Exactly. So he's technically between 11 and 9, depending on the number of times he actually wants to be able to use it.
Yeah. I think 9 is a fair shout, right? You want to at least use it twice.
If you're using it twice, you better be winning, because on that turn, otherwise you just can't.
Yeah.
Well, apparently Simon thinks the math pans out in his favor and goes and drops the Angel and gets in with the Trooper for a grand total of 5.
Surprised to see the Trooper attack since it likely is a better blocker. As weird as that might sound, than the Leonin, because the Leonin doesn't have first strike, so it's kind of strange. But yeah, the Shadow Creature seemed like the better blocker. But if
the Shadow Creature only blocks the opposing Shadow Creature. Like if you just leave up the Trooper, because it's a Shadow Creature, so he can just get in with the tokens and just keep his Shadow Creature back, which essentially only blocks one guy. So you're having the other one, the Leonin, next to the Sublime Archangel, gives you more blockers for the more creatures that can be blocked right now. It makes the Foot Soldier unblockable right now, which is actually really good for the Bone Splitter that he has in his hand, and he can just drop and get in for 3. But I doubt it's going to be racing the Sublime Archangel in that matter. And I'm pretty sure he's going to have to put the bird on blocking duty.
Well, yeah, that War Falcon is actually going to be pretty important. It was also an additional damage, right, because of the Trooper's ability plus the pump from Field Marshal, which might have been where the consideration was. Like, dealing the extra point is good. Ooh, this is a tough turn, but decided to play the Trooper, and now Simon just has free reign.
Yeah, I mean, if there's an Ajani in hand, it's game. It's just game. Double strike on the flyer is good enough.
It's going to be more than lethal, yes. There we go, actually. Yeah, same thing.
Yeah. It's just 1-2 punch. Let's go.
Yeah.
This format has Embercleave in it, and Simon is playing it.
Yeah, that was the consideration, right, with the War Falcon, because it doesn't give trample, so...
No, it doesn't.
Yeah. But then...
It only gives flying and double strike, which... the creature's already had, but in the case he drops the Falcon, if the flying double striker becomes the shadow creature, is it legal there? We have it's not. So he actually has to attack with the Angel for it to be lethal. If he plays the War Falcon, he does not die there to the Ajani.
Yeah, but check the chat, right? Said I was dead anyways if I played it. If you presume you have to attack with the other shadow creature, since again you could just double strike the shadow creature, which would become 6/6 with double strike, so it's exactly lethal as well.
Oh, due to the pumping effect from the Field Marshal, yeah, you're right. That's 2 points I had not considered.
Yeah. The only consideration was to not equip Bone Splinter. So essentially, you're choosing, do I play around this card or not?
Yeah. Because the Field Marshal was in play, the opposing Solitary Trooper was pumped, and it was the 2 additional damage with the Ajani that would have made his opponent die anyway.
Yeah, it was just exactly legal.
The backfire from the Field Marshal.
Yeah, because it's old school lords. It doesn't matter what side of the field it's on. The Field Marshal's ready to help them out. It's like, why are you with the enemy soldiers? Look, they need training too. I need to give them guidance.
Guidance. The good old sliver mentality.
Well, with slivers, it's like I always felt it was like bioengineering, right? It's not that you want to give others the ability; it just happens, right?
Yeah, it's a hive mind thing.
So yeah, but it was interesting to see with a White Winnie Mirror and how you can tech out, right? Like that choice of having Ancient Tombs and Sublime Archangel was a different way of going over the top. Quite literally going over the top.
He went over the top very well, and he demonstrated that in game 1 and in game 3. In game 2, he just wasn't able to get the lands under him, so he got run over by the Raise the Alarms.
Yeah,
and he was on a wall to 6 too. So
actually, it turned out the player with fast mana won. The player with fast mana on the play. Yeah, because that's one thing, right? Fast mana is one thing on the draw; it's another on the play entirely.
Exactly.
But yeah. But yeah, just before we head into our next match, right? I wanted to. It's interesting seeing a White Weenie deck actually at 5-0, right? I wouldn't have thought, looking at the kind of set rotation, that White Weenie was going to be such a heavy prevalent. But it turns out that it's just very resilient, I guess, right? And if the removal's not good and the White Weenie deck just dominates the board, and there's not much combo, then yeah. Seems like a great choice.
I think one of the things that actually helps it out as well is compared to the red aggro or the artifact decks is the white decks don't really play artifacts. So the dedicated hate that was targeted for the artifact decks in general, they don't get flack from. And the red decks are playing Shrapnel Blast and Chrome Moxes and Great Furnace and all these random artifacts that people might be main decking artifact hate for, and the white deck only had the Chrome Moxes, and that's a big difference when you're just trying to curve out and sidestep hate.
Right. Yeah. No. One deck with Chrome Mox, the other focusing more on Ancient Tomb. I think Simon Nielsen also had Chrome Mox, but I'm just checking. No, decided that the card disadvantage wasn't worth it. Just played 4 Ancient Tomb.
Yeah. I mean, Ancient Tomb doesn't require you the resource of cards, which your deck seems to be very low on, whereas life points is not something your deck is taxing you a lot on.
Right. It's kind of interesting, though, to see 2 Linen and Sky Hunters in the list because they work very poorly with Ancient Tomb. But, right, like that allows you to play Sublime Archangel, which is probably has to be one of the higher damage output cards available.
It was definitely his breakthrough mechanic.
Yeah, just because it essentially gives haste in essence.
Yes, it's like it. Would you say it's like the White Thunderball Hellkite?
Yeah, maybe. We don't have to deal with Lingering Souls, so it's actually probably like the White Thunderwild guys.
Yeah, unfortunately, it does get checked by Searing Spear, which the red decks do have access to.
Yeah, it is very present, and that's not an exchange you want. But yeah, we're gonna jump into a match with this Elfin Nail deck. It's not playing anything fancy with Tooth and Nail, just getting value, and that value is called Elder Scale Worm. I
think we saw that in our last match. That Elder Scale Worm was very, very good.
Yes, indeed. But yeah, it just seems like elves, Arbor Elf, Boreal Druid, Elvish Visionary, Elvish Archduid, and then you just use that mana to get into Fractusks and Tooth Nails.
Acidic Slime seems to be a cornerstone of the format as well, not only punishing mana bases that, if they chose to go 2 colors since mana bases are so bad, be able to complement things like Wasteland to shut them out of a color completely. And since people had to resort to artifact mana to be able to not only fix themselves but also accelerate themselves, it's all pulling double duty on the mana dial spectrum there.
It's very true. What I like about the Elfin Nail deck is actually, it only has 1 Scrying Sheets, it seems, but it's very good with all these snow-covered forests and this Boreal Druid to be able to
Boreal Druid snow creature. There's also these Orin Vipers that are snow creatures that get hit on the Scrying Sheets.
No, it's a really cool concept, I think.
Mouth of the Realm being another snow land.
Yeah, but it only plays 1 Scrying Sheet, so it essentially distorts everything just to play this 1 Scrying Sheets. But you have Into the North, so it actually gives it more. You actually have essentially access to it for free copies.
That's what I thought. I wasn't sure when looking through the deck list if it had one, and you mentioned it faster than I could look through it.
Yeah. I know. We also have. This is a 5-minute delay, so Hayne will get the answer in 5 minutes to his burn, but. I do have free top finishes, Hayne. Although I can't say anything about Philippe Gallo's shirt ability.
I have 3 Pro Tours played. You have 3 top finishes.
That's fair. No, but he was complimenting your PT competitor shirt wearing skills.
It's not. I'm not wearing a PT shirt. I'm wearing the Mythic Society shirt.
Ooh, already right on there. But yeah. By the way, already interesting choice to trade the mana creature with an aggressive drop, especially with access to Elvish Visionary. I'm a little surprised by that decision.
Well, I guess that with Into the North and the Ancient Tomb, he's going to get Thragtusk into play on turn 3 anyway. So if he's just stemming the bleeding from his opponent's aggressive draw, the Thragtusk is going to be able to probably race out the mono black player in that regard. Because you're not blocking these shadow creatures to start with, so it doesn't matter. You have to attack them because they're going to attack you.
Right. That development of mana over anything else makes sense.
I'm pretty sure if he had the Solemn in his hand that he just top decked here, he would have reconsidered his choice.
Right. Because you could have gone Visionary into Solemn, but you don't get to know that. For what it's worth, I do like the Into the North. You land the Fractusk here. I'm actually a tiny bit surprised because the opponent has only shadow creatures, so it's not as if the Fractusk is going to block. But that said, you're probably going to want to make either the Visionary or the Solemn anyways.
The creatures that the opponent has deployed that are not shadow creatures are the Gnarl Scarhide and a zombie token made by Scaromancy.
Yeah.
So the Fractus can block those.
Yeah, but it's not going to block the other 6 points of damage coming in turn after turn. So it feels like we need to work towards that Tooth and Nail. Because the ability to get Triskelion and wipe away some of these shadow creatures, or, Elder Scale Worm, because that's fun.
Well, we're probably doing both, right?
Oh, sure. Yeah, right. Both is good. Both works. But yeah, at this point, it just feels like work towards that Tooth and Nail.
Here, the fact that we did not get a 5th land is really hard because we're not sure if we're going to play the Solemn or not.
Ooh, and yeah, Market Festival. I mean, interestingly, if the Market Festival next turn, if you get another land, you get to Market Festival and Solemn, and that should be enough. The problem is you're taking 6, Then you're taking 2 more for Ancient Tomb, and then you're taking 6. So that's a total of 14, and that doesn't allow you to use the Ancient Tomb again for Tooth and Nail. And I think you're still short, right? Because you get to 7.
Yes. Yeah. And the Tooth and Nail is 9.
Yeah. I do wonder about the choice to play the Oran Viper as a result, because Elvish Visionary would certainly try to get you to a land this turn. But and this is going to be a really tight race. I think it's going to come down to maybe drawing another Fractusk or Triskelion. Or honestly, Tooth and Nail can put creatures into play from hand. You could just naturally draw the Elder Skill Worm. Well, you could also just play it for 7. But that's an aside.
We don't have 7 mana yet.
We also don't have that much life to play with.
And with that Dothy Slayer, that's another 8 point of damage coming through. So we have exactly 1 turn left, unless there's a Bone Splitter coming out of the mono black deck.
I mean, yeah, this is just 8 damage a turn. So, and the Ancient Tomb is going to be shut off. It's already shut off this turn, essentially, because it's not helping you.
Yes, exactly. The additional shadow creature shut off the Ancient Tomb this turn.
Yeah. So now we're left with Elvish Visionary to draw into a card we don't have, which not going to help, I feel.
No.
But again, I want to go back to that decision on turn 1 to trade Boreal Druid, because it felt like, sure, we prevented 2 damage, but it felt like that Boreal Druid might have really turned the tide on this game.
How much damage would we have taken had we not blocked it? And that additional mana would have given us the Solemn at least last turn, if not different lines of play during the other turns, which might have gotten us all the way up to the Tooth and Nail mana.
Yeah. Right. Might have been a bit extra damage, but might have been able to land it. So yeah, I think this game might have come down. It's possible, right, that it didn't, but it might have come down to that block.
Is the Market Festival templated as the new ones are, where it gains an ability to tap for mana, or does it just add mana when you tap it? Because if you put that on the Ancient Tomb, it lets you activate it without taking the damage.
It's whenever Enchanted Land is tapped for mana, so...
Okay.
And since Ancient Tomb doesn't have a different mana ability, it's going to kind of call it. Yeah, because yes, you're right. If that was possible, you could Market Festival on Ancient Tomb, but unfortunately that's... this is like the fertile ground, right? You have to tap it for mana to make it happen.
Yeah.
And we're looking at 6 mana total, and I don't think there's a card in a deck that Elvish Visionary can draw to. And these are all shadow creatures, so you're not blocking them.
Nope. Even if you're drawing something like a Triskelion, you don't have the mana to play it.
Yeah. Yeah, Triskelion might have actually done the job here. Since you take 2, but you get to get rid of 2 shadow creatures, so would have given you those 2 additional activations of Ancient Tomb.
Yep. To finally get to the Tooth and Nail and the Elder Scale Worm himself.
Yeah, that's what we needed, Elder Scale Worm. But yeah, this is looking lights out for our Elfin Nail player against the... Ooh, cool. That's a card I haven't seen in a long time because...
Kiku's Shadow.
Yes.
Ironically, it's not something that he could have played on the Oran Viper, since with the old school templating on Oran Viper, it does not have Death Touch.
That is actually very true, yes. It has when it deals combat damage, destroy that creature, which is a different trigger to Death Touch.
Which is a triggered ability. Had it have been Death Touch, he would have been able to use the Kiku's Shadow to take out the Oran Viper on itself.
Yep. Well, I mean... You're attacking for lethal, right? It's all good.
Yeah, you are. But I mean, he got in with the Oran Viper the turn before, and if he had the removal spell, then maybe he doesn't draw that additional card or whatnot.
Yeah, so I mean, I found that it was kind of exciting casting these 2 rounds because we got the chance to see. I felt like we saw a lot of red in round 4 when I was with Jarvis and affinity-based decks, as well as that super sweet Living Death deck. But then we pivoted in this round to, the mono white mirror as well as Alpha Nil versus mono black aggro. And I find that fascinating how even in the winning portion of the tournament, we still have all these different archetypes, just because the formats are by default unexplored. Like, these are cards people are familiar with, right? And people can look at a card like Chrome Mox and go like, well, this is banned in like Modern, so it has to happen for a reason, right? So I'm going to check how I can make it work. But I like that we saw some of the more marginal cards play a real impact there. I thought Market Festival could have, honestly, with an additional land, Market Festival could have allowed for that win, since you would have been able to ramp not just paying 4 to get +2 down the line. You could have used that right away for a Solemn, or the other role player, like Sublime Archangel wasn't really a role player, but it was a really big differentiator in that match. Essentially, I think Simon got to win the match on the back of that card, essentially with a Johnny. And I like seeing like kind of these different plans that people figure out, like, these little synergies. And, often with lists like this, I find people have to do the best with what they have, and the lists aren't optimal, but that's also part of the fun I find that of new formats is you get to explore them, and it's more about the, it's not a masterpiece of work, but you get to essentially draw the scene. It's just like the details aren't quite there, but it's fun to be able to check these things out.
Yeah, you stated that this round the monocolor decks were in the spotlight, whereas last round it was more the crazy combo living death decks and the affinity decks. It's fun to see the monocolored aggros actually be able to win through all these broken cards. They're able to use their own broken cards to help, but they're more limited to things like Chrome Mox and the combat step than things like Goblin Charbelcher and Living Death.
The other thing I love is we're looking at, is that Mogus's Warhound? Like, bestowed onto a Sliff Firewalker, teaming up with Curse Scroll. Because, of course, you team it up with Curse Scroll.
Yeah, Curse Scroll is awesome.
Yeah.
And being able to, like, put an aura, which is also a creature, on a creature, that gains counters that's a big man.
Actually, by the way, I did say there wasn't an Arcbound Ravager in the format, but Atog is does have some kind of similar effects. So somebody could have built that Atog Disciple of the Vault deck. Didn't happen because I think the mana would just be awful. But, it's kind of fun to see both of them there.
Yeah, Atog is Ravager's older cousin. He was printed in old school Magic and got reprinted. Right? It is Antiquities, and got reprinted in Mirrodin. And we see him stepping in for Ravager this time around, since Ravager's not legal.
Yeah. But by the way, I kind of like, it was an interesting decision to not block here, which makes sense because you go to 5, and yes, you can lose to Sharpnel Blast, but at the same time, it gives you the best chance to win the game, since you're not training your best creature, you're not allowing a Warhound to come down as well. And I don't think the affinity player wants to trade resources at this point.
No, but one of the other cool interactions with Curse Scroll and something like Atog, you actually have to sacrifice your artifact before the player is naming the card, and you're actually choosing a card in hand. In this case, the mono red player only had one card in hand, but in a case where you have multiple cards in hand, the Curse Scroll could actually miss, and you would have sacrifices an artifact, your card, before it actually resolved, which is something to note.
Yeah, but here, I mean, this is just lethal damage, right? Like, the Sharpnel Blast and the Jackal Plop is the world's worst blocker. So
exactly.
That was it. I mean, that's all you needed. 5 damage, get to essentially sack your board into Atog, and kind of giving that, reminder
Fireball
that Ravager is very powerful. But there were cards before Ravager.
Yeah, and they were red. They weren't artifacts. They didn't have these modular abilities. They weren't forgiving. They were like, okay, we're all in, boys. Load up the Atog.
But it paid off there.
It did.
Sure. So, yeah, again, what was your impression of this round, like, how did you see the round? Like, if you are going to recap it for people that just managed to tune in, what do you want to recap, like, kind of all the action we saw?
From what we saw last round compared to this round, we saw a lot more attacking and blocking than we did last round. Most of the last round was flying creatures from the affinity players, these giant creatures from the living death player. They were a lot less combat based, whereas this round was much more about small margins instead of winning by miles. And as much as, let's say, the game one in the mono white mirror was 16 to the face out of nowhere, well, it was on a one-turn basis because he was also facing down lethal from on the way back. But the fact that he was able to get the 1-2 punch off the back of things like a Johnny and Sublime Archangel, powered out by the Ancient, was the difference maker there, because he didn't have access to Chromox because he chose not to. The resources in his deck are so limited that dedicating more cards to be able to pump those things out fast, he decided to, instead of putting all my eggs in the mono white 2-drops and trying to go wide, I'm going to go over the top and try to put power on individual cards. And that was showcased really well in the first match that we saw. Whereas the other ones, mono black versus the green deck, well, it was all about evasion, and attacking and blocking was happening, but it wasn't happening because of the shadow keyword. So there was a lot of attacking, but blocking was just not an option. And as much as Threxus gains life and Tooth and Nail gets things like Elder Scale Worm, you have to be alive to actually get there, which didn't end up being the case.
Right, if you stumble. And yeah, as you said, evasion, I think, played a key part between shadow and flying there. What I was going to say is we're going to go to a break because we have to set up for round 6. I'm going to leave the booth for that. I'll leave you back into the company of Jarvis Yu. Philip Gao will still be here by the time you come back. I want to see, round 6 is the last round of our Swiss. So we're setting up for top 8. Kind of excited to see what's there. I would suspect that Simon Nielsen at 5 wins is in very good shape to make the top 8 of this tournament. But yeah, next round we'll definitely you'll definitely want to tune in and see who's going to make top 8 of Set Roulette October. Thank you very much. See you in a bit.
Society.
Reset oil promo. It's a real.
And welcome back to round 6 action of Set Roulette October. I am here, Philip Guro, with Jarvis Yu. We are going to be looking at the standings for round 6. We have two 5-0 players with two very different decks. One of them, Simon Nielsen on Mono White Aggro, and Brian Paris with Living Death. These two very different archetypes are able to stick on top of the standings in the face of all this aggression from the mono red decks and the affinity decks and the artifact hate. Mana bases being bad have been the definition of the tournament, but apparently the blue-white deck being played by Brian Paris has been able to keep it together and pummel all these aggressive strategies. The 4-1 players have also been able to get there with the affinity strategies as well as the mono white creatures or the red burn spells. In the 4-1 slots, we have Joshua Bosch on affinity, Jamie Miller with another affinity deck, Mathieu Carmot with mono white soldiers, and all the way down to 10th place, where Alex Polsky has also registered curse scrolls. What is your opinion on this wannabe top 8, Jarvis?
It seems pretty diverse so far, and yeah, the point about mana being bad defining the format. Not a lot of dual lands in the format. There are 5 in Cold Snap. There are 5 in Tempest. The Tempest ones are pretty bad. They come into play tapped. They only tap for opposing colors, and I think they also deal you damage. So yeah, all in all, the mana being bad is, I think, a reason you see the monocolor decks doing so well. And I think a lot of people, when testing the format, probably realized if you're not going to play Belcher and you want to be ready for Belcher, the best way to beat Belcher, I think, is to play a fast monocolor deck with Pithing Needle somewhere in the 75.
Okay, we're going to go to our feature match this round. It's
Brian Paris playing Living Death versus Simon Nielsen playing Mono White with Ancient Tomb. So this is interesting. It looks like Brian has missed a few land drops, but also just intentionally took a discard to discard a fatty into the graveyard. Sort of legacy style, skip your land drop, discard a creature.
Yeah, it's a lot better when you don't have to play cards like Chromox in your deck that actually remove cards from your hand. You actually get to do that. Being on the draw also was something that enabled him to do this. It's not something that you look forward to doing on the play. And without the cards that let you discard like Careful Steady, then you have to just do it the good old-fashioned way.
Yeah, so I think the debate is, so this turn, I think Brian has a way to Living Death if he wants to. It would put a Sphinx into play, which also threatens the Johnny, and it eats up some resources, but what Sphinx also does is it probably gets you more resources to try to Living Death again if you really want to.
Yeah, and I believe the cards go to the graveyard with the Sphinx, which also just stocks up the rest of your yard. And having the 5/6 flyer, like you say, threaten the Johnny is going to be pretty huge here.
That's a lot of pieces of cardboard, huh?
That is action in and of itself. You get to have the Thirst for Knowledge, the Ideas Unbound, and go just digging through your library, just putting more stuff in the bin to have future Living Deaths be insane. I doubt we'll need a second one, barring this board state, but I'm sure that if he's able to cobble some mana together, then maybe he's actually going to he's going to probably get to Triskelion if we see like a Dark Ritual come off the top. But if he's just going to spend the rest of his future turns drawing and discarding, the Reanimate might be something that he wants to have access to.
Yeah, the scary thing about the Reanimate is it obviously costs you a lot of life points to use, but versus a mono white deck, you know they don't have Curse Scroll in their main deck or anywhere, I think for this specific list, it's okay to be low on life total as long as you keep all of the creatures from hitting you, right?
Yeah, one of the great things as you have as comfort from the blue-black's perspective is instead of playing into red deck that just can burn you out with Shrapnel Blasts and Searing Spears, the white deck can only do it through combat. And the way that he's going to be doing that is through something like an Ajani. And having a flying blocker in Sphinx of Bethune is a great way for you to stop that from happening. The other thing is having Triskelion on the board, stop your opponent from having Exalted triggers, is also a great way to soak up damage.
Yeah, I think Triskelion's pretty close to a 6-mana Wrath of God versus Simon's deck.
Yeah.
Just look at all those 1-toughness creatures. Come on.
The Ajani's gonna have to do a lot of overtime to be able to get through the Triskelion at some point if it ever comes to that.
Yep.
But being able to fill up your hand with this Sphinx, you're probably just going to be able to naturally start discarding cards and reanimating them that way if you want to do that. But we're going to have to start hitting some lands if we want to just get more action going.
I actually think we might see an intuition for 3 Dark Rituals at end step next turn.
That's a thing. I think we could also see Chrome Mox. It could be intuition for triple Chrome Mox, and if you rip a land, you're going to just like cast the Living Death. Because the Dark Ritual, you're only getting like one use out of it. Whereas
right.
like if you're just getting the Chrome Mox out of your deck, not only are you not getting those dead draws, but having hitting the land here lets you be able to think about that as an option. Also, if you do it like main phase, you get to cast the Reanimate with the intuition.
Well, I think maybe it's better to just cast the Reanimate main phase, draw a bunch of cards, discard your other fatties, then intuition for the Chrome Mox, like you were saying. But also by this point, you could probably just intuition for some lands as well.
Yeah. It depends how much fast mana you're looking for.
Yep.
Let's see what he gets. Apparently, he just wants to start stocking up the yard with the Elder Scale Worm, Triskelion, and what have you.
Again, since it's open deck list, Brian knows that there's only 2 answers to Elder Scale Worm in Simon's deck.
Which are the 2 Oblivion Rings?
Yeah, the Banishing Light and the Oblivion Ring. So it's pretty safe to get it. And if you get both into play, that even makes it even harder for Simon to win.
Yeah, agreed. And with the Sphinx being able to pile in if the Elder Scale comes into play, one of the cool things with this Elder Scale Worm and Reanimate combo is the Elder Scale puts you back to 7. So it's not like if you were actually losing all that much life from the Reanimate by itself. And having the Worship effect on the board just halts this entire offense.
But this is interesting too. He's just going for Reanimate as a Wrath of God on Triskelion, which also makes sense.
This plays around the removal that Simon could potentially either be sandbagging or be able to top deck. And just being able to like get the 2 threats off the board lets the Sphinx hit in the Ajani, and the Triskelion can even finish it off with the last counter.
Yeah, so it's looking pretty good for Brian here, I think. We're definitely seeing how powerful his deck is compared to the rest of the format in a way that's not exploitable like the Belcher deck would be.
Which is very interesting because we have not seen the Belcher decks rise to the top of the field. Maybe because it was a public enemy number 1 and everyone was already gunning for it, or that the format has slightly evolved in a way where people are trying to sidestep being the best deck and being targeted.
I think Brian just thinking through if he actually wants to finish off the Night of Glory right now, or if he wants to attack.
I think he's elected to do so.
Yep.
And in doing so, he'll be able to either start chipping away at Simon's life total, or he'll just get in on the Ajani. Because if the Ajani stays in play, future creatures will be able to get counters, and Triskelion won't be as much as Wrath of Gazave as it was this turn.
Whoa, look at that. Ajani's presence to save the night.
Wow. That almost makes the night very, very potent, because now if the Ajani chooses to... If Simon has a backup Ajani and Brian elects to attack the Ajani himself, the second Ajani would just put the knight into the air and lethal Brian.
Well, so Simon is hellbent, so any Ajani would be top decked. So I think Brian is taking a quick look to see how many Ajanis there are, so he knows it's a 3-outer for that to happen.
Yes. So Brian has elected to not play around the 3-outer of multiple other Johnnies.
Yep. Well, also, actually, any Oblivion Ring is also an out, right?
Yes, because it takes the blocker out of the situation. Instead, we've drawn a shadow creature, which is also part of the problem, because now the shadow creature has gained a +1/+1 counter. Brian's at 3 and is facing down lethal.
But look at that. That land is huge, actually, right?
Because he gets to Living Death away the threats that are in play and just put back the measly falcon that's in the graveyard, along with a second slightly irrelevant creature.
But also, Elder Scale Worm means that you have to do a lot of work to win this game now.
Yes, not only does the Elder Scale Worm have to get removed from combat, but you also have to get the damage in.
Simon's checking to see how this actually works, because I did not know before. You knew. You were apparently yelling at us while muted.
Yes, Elder Scale Worm, it works a lot like Worship, so your life total cannot drop below 7 as long as it remains 7 or more. So if Simon had a way to lower Brian's life total without making it be damage-based, let's say like a Disciple of the Vault, which is not something that he plays, it would actually turn off the Elder Scale Worm's ability.
Got it. But here's the other problem with Elder Scale Worm versus White Weenie. It just hits for 7 every turn.
It does. So that's also a clock itself. Platinum Angel is legal in this format, and Platinum Angel doesn't seem to be as great as Elder Scale Worm because it's twice as small, a lot more flying, and much more artifacty.
Yeah, all those things are actually knocks against it.
Yes, because Plummet's a legal card, Shatter's a legal card, and Reprisal will actually just gets both.
And this is one of the things I actually liked about Simon's deck. Playing Kataki main deck seemed brilliant.
Yeah, just Goblin Piker in white is just as good as in any other deck, and having the ability to like check your opponent's Chrome Moxes, which Simon chose to not play because he was actually putting Kataki in his main deck, has probably been very relevant in Rishadan porting his opponent's mana through this Legendary Spirit's triggered ability. Here we have Brian checking if he can attack maybe with the Triskelion, if he can remove more counters from it. But he chooses that the clock is better this way. A lot of cards in his hand haven't been able to do something, but he's finally found the 6th mana source to play this duplicate. And if he's lucky enough to draw a 7th one, then he gets Sphinxes to revel in its riches. But at that point, his opponent's going to be dead, so it's not going to matter.
I think he has 7, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the islands were all stuck together.
Yeah, I didn't see the last land. My bad.
But really, the games sort of ended when the second Living Death was cast, putting the Elder Scale Worm into play, I think.
I do agree. Having Worship hit you for 10 is not something that you want to be experiencing from the White Weenie side.
Oh, I didn't realize this. There are hack-ons in the sideboard?
There are.
That's an interesting choice.
What
But
do you
also
think
look at, well, all that aside, look at this Haymaker, Dread of Night. I can't imagine a more perfect card in the matchup. Can you?
They don't make hate cards this incredibly powerful nowadays, and this is why Magic nowadays is more interactive than it apparently used to be back then. But nowadays we get Celestial Purges and Ether Gusts. Back then they had like Wraths for 1 mana on colors, like Perish and stuff.
Yeah. One of my favorite matches to watch was the Pro Tour 25 match of Alan Wu versus Raptor, where he's playing Death and Taxes and defeats 3 Dread of Nights as mono white Death and Taxes.
How did you do that?
Phyrexian Revoker is colorless. Gideon Emblem pumps your creatures. There are a lot of shenanigans afoot.
The best Goblin Piker, the one without color.
Yeah, and look at this here. Brian, respecting the reprisals and removals postboard, shaves on 1 Elder Scale Worm, a Reanimate, an Ideas Unbound, a Thirst, and a Talisman of Dominance.
That's a great way to sidestep that.
Yep.
The propaganda is going to put a big hamper on the aggressive output of Simon. If those go unanswered, Brian's going to have a lot of time on his hands.
Well, so the flip side to that is I think Simon's Sublime Archangels seem perfect for his propaganda.
This is true. And here we see Dread of Night in the opener for the blue-black player, and
just fired out.
we're already behind the 8 ball from Simon's side. Oh, but the answer is there. The War Priest of Thune.
So when Simon registered War Priest of Thune, I was thinking, what is that for? And here is a perfect answer, right?
The man just has a 2000 IQ brain.
Yeah, exactly.
He's like, Dread of Night. That's an enchantment. You know what this Grizzly Bear is really good at? Killing those.
Yes.
You know what propaganda does? It's also an enchantment. That is probably one of the best War Priest of Thunes someone has cast in recent memory.
Yeah, you don't see them cast too often.
We do not. Nowadays, we have access to things like Reclamation Sage, which just does it all, but it's not white. It's green. Yeah.
So, Brian's hand's still really, really good, despite the Dread Knight getting blown up.
That was the speed bump, and
yeah, well, we're going to see an Intuition for probably 3 big creatures into a Living Death.
We are, and this is going to be turbocharged via these Dark Rituals. If for some reason Simon's able to beat the creatures that are in play at that point, then there's no more gas left in the tank for Brian. But here we have the Kataki shutting off the Mox because he's going to have to pay for himself on upkeep.
But with the double Dark Ritual, you can get around that at least.
You can, but it costs you an additional resource.
Yep.
Brian's going to be very happy if he top decks a land just to not have to use that second Dark Ritual to power out the Living Death. He's going to do it anyway if he doesn't, but he'd rather not. Here we see the selection of a Sphinx, a second Sphinx, and a Triskelion. Not even going for the Elder Scale Worm. Playing around the removal that Simon could potentially have, and instead deciding to be able to put Triskelion into play and mow down his opponent's board is a better option.
The other thing about this is if you take the Triskelion as one of the cards, you can cast it at least. All of the cards he picked, he can hypothetically cast after casting the Wrath of God, right?
Yes. But having to cast this Triskelion with the double Dark Rituals would be his only threat. Instead, he's choosing to play the Living Death anyway and put the Sphinxes into play and keep the Triskelion in hand.
Yeah, I think the theory behind that is you're going to draw so many mana sources off of your double Factor Fiction that it'll be fine.
Yeah. And that's why he probably chose to Intuition the way that he did instead of adding an Elder Skill into the mix because he was just planning to put 2 giant 5/6 flyers into play. And that was actually the least bad option for his opponent because putting the Trish into play would also have future creatures that would be coming in from Nielsen's side just die to the machine gun.
And look at this. The first Factor Fiction was 4 lands and a propaganda. He took the 4 pile, but the second one was 4 mana sources and an Ideas Unbound. So he took the 4 mana sources first, then Ideas Unbound second. So he's going to be able to filter so much.
Yeah, it's both sides of fact and fiction.
Yeah, exactly.
And one.
And Simon's like, yeah, but we're out.
Like 2 5/6 flyers. Factor Fiction back in my day did not hit for 5 in the air.
Yeah, I've been really impressed by this Living Death deck, and I'm not surprised to see it go undefeated in the Swiss.
Apparently, it's doing something much more broken than Belcher ever dreamed to do.
Right. Yeah.
Hopefully, we can get more action down to show you guys. That was a slightly lopsided match, but it was still pretty heated at the beginning, where the Dread of Night would just threaten to shut off the entire aggression from Nielsen's side, and just had the perfect setup in War Priest of Thune. Clearly, he thought about this format a lot when building his deck.
All right, so I think we have another match for y'all. Ooh, this is one of the deck lists. I looked at both of these deck lists before the tournament as well. This Shadaro, aka Mason, is playing Grixis Charbelcher, one of the few remaining Charbelcher players in the tournament. And he chose to build the fastest version possible. He has all of the fast mana. You can see it: Lotus Petal, Chrome Mox, Seething Song. And look at that sweet card he has in his hand.
Recycle.
You probably haven't seen those in a while.
Recycle is not something I've had the luxury of playing, but for 4 colorless and 2 green, it lets you draw cards, I believe, at the end of your turn, but you do not have a discard hand?
No. It's 4 green. Whenever you play a card, draw a card. Your max, I think your max hand size is like 3.
It's 2, I believe.
2.
Yeah, that's where I got it wrong. You get to put cantrip on every single card you play, but your maximum hand size is now 2.
Yeah, so think about it this way. It is similar to Song of Creation, but it costs 4 green.
And has a downside. No, actually, Song of Creation dumps your hand. So
yeah, but this one has skip your draw step.
Oh, that's a lot of text that you forgot to mention.
All right, so this is tricky for Mason. He doesn't have a lot of threats left. In fact, he only has 3 Charbelchers left. This game went long because, so basically the issue is he's playing against a really counterspell heavy deck. The fact that he doesn't have a lot of threats in his deck is actually an issue here.
So do you think he's going to try to remove cards from his deck that aren't the Belchers, though, so he can draw multiples of them and force his opponent to counter all of them?
Yeah, I guess so. The other possibility is, well, maybe we can duress our opponent's counters away and land the recycle, play all of our cantrips, and just try to overload. It's not going to be easy one way or the other, right?
Nope. Because putting this recycle into play costs a lot of resource. So, like, when you're sacrificing Lotus Petals and playing Seething Songs and Dark Rituals and like just fueling all this mana into this recycle, if the recycle gets countered, I mean, you didn't lose 1 card. You lost like 2 or 3 cards, which is much different to how card advantage works nowadays, where just Planeswalkers just uptick every single turn, gave you additional cards. Back then, when you spent rituals on cards, if that card got countered, you were done.
And also, he used Mishra's Bubble. He sees his opponent's top cards negate. He probably hates to see that.
Because he knows if he doesn't go for it now, that next turn it's definitely off the table. And if it doesn't work here, then I don't know what we're doing.
It just looks like the Keranos might kill us before we get to like work through all of the counters or disruption, you know?
It's going to be hard. Anyway, the opponent's already showing us what what's in their hand via Keranos. So if they're drawing counter spells, we're dying. If they're drawing lands, then they just have a bunch of cards in their hands, and it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough.
Yeah, you see, this is very like Legacy-esque situation where I think a card like Veil of Summer would initiate everything and possibly let you win. But it's so hard to do that because you don't have something nearly as powerful as Veil of Summer, right?
No, you have access to something like Duress, and that was the good old-fashioned way of getting through counter spells. But 4 Duress never beats 12 counter spells. So,
nope.
That's why they print cards like Veil of Summer nowadays for some reason. And then they only keep it legal in those late formats instead of the negate. Let's concede.
And that'll do it.
Yep.
All right.
Slightly more anticlimactic than our other rounds, but we had tuned into an already drawn out game apparently, and the only interaction that we saw were the tapping of lands and the countering of a spell.
Yeah. Not the most exciting matchup, but sometimes once a control deck gets to that board state, it's so hard to escape the icy grip, right?
It is. That's how the control titans and tyrants of back in the day used to win with apparently Keranos is the way that they're doing it in this set roulette, and in others it will be a different way. But as long as counter spells are legal, people will play them because the ability to say no is a very powerful thing in Magic.
Yeah, very.
We're going to get another match in for you guys here within the 4-1 bracket. Both these players only losing to the blue-black reanimator that is now 6-0. So they're both playing Affinity. And if they've both lost the same player, there has to be some interest in this matchup.
So it looks like the top person is playing Arayo Affinity. And look at the cards that they've sided in. Electrostatic Bolt, Curse Scroll, Disenchant. Really putting their mana base to the test at the cost of having a less consistent mana base. But they have a lot of really powerful sideboard options.
Yeah, I feel that if I'm not sure who was on the play of this game, but being able to flip that around maybe in the mirror gives you the ability to out-attrition your opponent. And this feels like how the top player has decided to sideboard, because having Curse Scroll just annihilate your opponent's Ornithopters that are picking up Bone Splitters, as well as any other Somber Hoverguard or Frogmite that decides to hit the board, seems to be a great way of out-attritioning the opponent when they only have one card a turn, because there are no thought casts that are being resolved due to Arayo and things of that nature. But as we saw, the smelt that the bottom player had in play just fell to the welding jar that got sacrificed.
So it's interesting. I believe the top player was the only person to register welding jar in this tournament, and it's probably also a nod to playing Arayo in your deck.
Both those things go very well together and are very good at countering what your opponent is trying to do, is shatter your artifacts. It's great that Curse Scroll is an artifact that people chose to play in these Affinity decks, because I feel it gives it a lot more reach than maybe like the white deck would like to have. Obviously, the red deck has burn spells, and putting Curse Scroll next to Shrapnel Blast gives you a very good burn output. But since you're trying to flip your Arayo as fast as possible by dumping your hand, it also makes Curse Scroll super, super live.
Yeah. I was thinking about that when we saw one of the red players struggling to get cards out of their hand because they only had like 2 mana in the entire game, right?
Exactly. Whereas this Affinity deck also plays not only Chromux, but Lotus Petal, just dumping their hand out in play. And most of the cards that everyone was playing in this field never really cost more than 2 or 3 mana, unless you were a green deck. But like the red decks, nothing costs more than 2, except maybe Thundermaw Hellkite.
I love this play.
Oh yeah, the good old respond to my Thoughtcast play.
Yeah,
that's very aware.
Yeah, Props to seeing. I think a lot of people would miss this, but this is obviously a huge play to make, right?
Yeah, it's similar to the old affinity plays that you talked about with the chromatic star filtering blue and the announcing of the thoughtcast.
Yeah, it was a chromatic sphere back in the day, but it's the same idea, obviously.
Yeah. Here, I believe that the curse scroll has done its job. Put the blockers out of the way and let the Summer Harbor Guards sail to victory.
Yeah, curse scroll. First off, the Welding Jar protecting the land from smelt was huge because we didn't have any mana. Second, the curse scroll slowly taking over the game was also huge. And third, we saw how powerful just having a rainbow land in your deck was there, because the top person, they played a white spell with no white sources to be seen, a red spell, a blue spell. Only thing that was missing were green and black spells, you know?
Yeah, it's really great that the Welding Jar that was part of the Arayo build that the top player chose to play was also the best protection spell that they could have had. Back when we played Mirrodin Block, Oxidize was a big removal spell against the affinity players, and they didn't have that luxury because Oxidize doesn't let you regenerate. But Smelt in this format does.
Yep. Although back then, a lot of people just had Skull Clamp in their deck and Disciple of the Vault, so it didn't matter how many times you oxidized them.
To be fair, Skull Clamp got banned relatively fast, and then we had to deal with cranial plating. And Ether Vial was also another way of sidestepping the mana denial strategies coming from the artifact hating players, because putting more lands into your deck and vials essentially is a mix between Lotus Petal, Chromox, and Black Lotus.
Right. Okay. All right. So we have a very special portion of the tournament for you, and this always happens right before the top 8, where we announce the winners of the 3 following prizes: best deck, best choice that is in the best deck, and sweetest brew. And this time around, Pascal asked me to pick them, and I have done that for him. So let's start off with the best deck. And I think the tournament showed this very well. My pick for the best deck was Brian Paris's Blue-Black Living Death. So when I looked at, a few hours ago at around 1 p.m. Eastern, when the tournament went up, I compiled a metagame and I looked at what angle you should be attacking the metagame from. And it looked to me like everyone had accounted for Charbelcher, but it did not look to me like anyone had accounted for being reanimated out of games where the Living Death deck was able to abuse it and just have basically a one-sided mass reanimate Wrath of God, you know? And for that reason, I think Brian Paris's Blue-Black Living Death is the best choice for this tournament. And he proved it. He went 6-0 in the Swiss, you know? You can't say more about the deck than that, right?
I 100% agree. I don't know if people had access to graveyard removal in the format to be able to hate on that deck, or did people just choose not to do it? Like, Tormod's Crypt is not legal in this format.
Yeah.
Relic of Progenitus isn't legal in this format. What did people have access to be able to counter this strategy? And if the answer is nothing, then, well, clearly he won the lottery.
Yep. Anyways, that's the best deck. So the second category that I'm going to announce is the best choice that's not the best deck, which is a mouthful. But basically, you know, there's only one person came with straight this exact Blue-Black Living Death deck. There was another person playing Blue-Black Living Death. Their deck was a lot different. It didn't have the Sphinxes, didn't have the Elder Scale Worm. It was trying to one-shot its opponent with Garzazul and Hamletback Goliath from Warlin.
Wow.
So my choice for the best deck that wasn't the best deck is Simon Niels's White Weenie. And the reason I say that is he built his deck very differently than the other white aggro decks. First off, no Chromoxin. Why not play Chromox? Well, if you expect a lot of people to play Shatters, it's just card disadvantage, and it just gives a target for the shatters where there would be no target otherwise. In fact, he chooses not to play any curse scrolls or any artifacts in his main deck whatsoever to try to sidestep that. And second, I think the other reason I really like his deck is the 1-2 punch of a Johnny, Caller of Pride, and Sublime Archangel is going to lead to a lot of stolen wins on like turn 3 or 4 or 5. And you actually saw that. You even mentioned that when he one-shot his opponent for 16 damage on turn 4 in a white Weenie Mirror. And it's because he chose to play Ancient Tomb over Chrome Mox that he's also able to do this.
This is correct. Also, the removal of Chrome Mox is very good in synergy with main deck Katakis, which were there to actually hamper opposing Chrome Moxes and Lotus Petals and artifact mana. Not only that, but it was also probably instrumental to his wins against all the affinity players that chose to bring artifact lands and Frogmites.
Yeah, and one other really small point that I don't think is immediately obvious, he chose to play Dictate of Heliod, and that I think is a haymaker in the aggro mirrors. He didn't. The White Weenie games we saw, Dictate would have not been that good, but I think in general it would be good in those mirrors on average because your creatures are sort of similarly sized, and you can get into a board stall, and if you draw Dictate, the game just breaks wide open.
Not only that, we saw him in the mirror match benefit from his opponent's symmetrical lords in Field Marshal.
Oh, yeah.
Where he had soldiers in play, where his opponent was playing more of a tribal soldiers build. And his Dictate lets him break this symmetry in only buffing his own creatures. And the second thing is, it's flash. It is a flash enchantment. That is a combat trick as well.
Yep. And so for that reason, I think Simon Nielsen's was the best choice that wasn't the best deck. And he proved that as well. He only lost to the person literally playing the best deck, you know?
Yes.
And there's
he was just trying to be fair and tap creatures and attack, and his opponent's like, no, I'm going to make mana, put guys into play, have 5-6 flying Factor Fictions, have these machine gun Triskelions, and have Walking Worship beat you.
Yep. There's one less category. This is the sweetest brew in the tournament. In my assessment, I don't want to just pick a deck that looks cool that isn't capable of winning. I want someone who thought about the format and built a really cool deck to try to attack the format, you know? And my pick for that is Jack Kiefer's White-Green Enchantress deck. Let's take a look at it real quick. A lot of things are going on here that I think are relatively smart. I Don't Want to Blossom's really powerful engine card. Scroll Rack just filtering, but I think the really cool innovation in this deck is a combination of Humility plus Dictate of Heliod. So what that does is all of your opponent's creatures, if they don't have any counters or anything, are just 2/2s. All of your creatures plus Dictate are all 2/2s plus 2/2s. They're all 4/4s. So you've essentially locked out the game into this weird board state where only you can attack, really. And the rest of the deck is just trying to assemble that board state. And look at the sideboard. There's a card called, what is it? What was I thinking of?
Reverence.
Yeah. Creatures with power 2 or less cannot attack you. I kind of think it probably should have been in the main deck, but it's hard to predict these things, you know? But I really think this was a smart call. This is a next level call, assuming there's very little Belcher, essentially, is how I would put it.
Yeah, and if he wanted to protect himself from Belcher, not only could he put Python Needles in his sideboard, but there was also an enchantment creature, Aegis of the Gods, that he had in his main deck that he could actually get with the Enduring Ideal that is his backbone, that he could just fetch out, put into play. It's an enchantment. It's a creature. You can't hit me with that Belcher, and just ride that to victory.
Yeah. So for this reason, I think Jack's deck is pretty cool looking. Maybe he got a bad pairing or two, but I think generally speaking, this deck is trying to win and tries to win from a very specific hole in the metagame, you know?
Yeah, and it's doing it on a different axis. Like a lot of people were playing Chrome Mox or Lotus Petal to get fast mana. He's doing Eladamari's Vineyard to actually get there.
Yeah.
And that's just like playing Eidolon Blossoms on turn 2. Like turn 1 Vineyard, turn 2 Blossoms is like not only build your own Argothian Enchantress because instead of costing 2, it costs 4, but like you have the mana that gets there. The fact that mana burn doesn't exist anymore is also another exploit you can actually get from the Vineyard that back when it was printed, you just didn't have access to. Having main deck Rule of Law is a great way to shut off opposing decks from their fast mana draws. All the rituals that you saw, not only from the blue-black Reanimator deck that went 6-0, but the Belcher decks that are being played, the Affinity decks that are being played, the Arayo build that we saw in the last round in one of our second or third matches, those are all decks that fold really hard to the call Rule of Law.
Yep. Anyways, for all those reasons, that is my pick. I think we're about to have a top 8 shakeout. Nope, there's still one match remaining. Okay. So thanks for everyone tuning in. We're going to take a quick break, and once that happens, we'll announce the top 8 and get right to it.
See you in a bit.
Mythic Society.
Reset Oil promo. It's a real.
Hey everyone, welcome back. I'm joined by Eduardo S. I'm not going to try to pronounce the name this time. And we're going to go over what decks have made top 8 of this tournament. Let's take a look at the standings page. In first place, to no one's surprise, my pick for best deck of the tournament, Blue Black Living Death. Eduardo, in all of the games you've watched, what were your thoughts on this deck?
I mean, it literally attacks the format. Like, there's a bunch of aggressive decks, and then you have essentially a combo Reanimator deck that on top of that has an option to raft the board.
Right.
And has a worship-S creature. So, yeah, it did well. Surprisingly. Very powerful, proactive deck that can just shut down the vast majority of the opposition. Especially because the Belcher decks didn't do that well, so essentially it was like the one big combo deck left, and it just dominated the aggressive field.
And so barring that, in second place we have maybe what you think is the only deck that the Living Death deck is actually scared of in second place, Arayo Affinity. Give me your thoughts on that real quick.
Yeah, so the big thing I was saying is I'm actually surprised that the Arayo deck did so well. One of the problems with Arayo is, while generally if you have fast mana to transform it, that also means that other people have fast mana, which means, for example, you could jam a Chrome Mox into it and do a bunch of spells. But Arayo is well set up against a deck like the Living Death deck, because you're sure you can do that, like Chrome Mox, and then make a big spell, but that does slow you down, and you do need to kind of go over the top, so it requires a more specific hand, and this is an aggressive deck that can take that advantage. There's also Duress post-board, which, is legal, and not many people have just put this card, so having access to Duress in the post-board games might actually matter a lot.
I like how this person's sideboard is 11 colored cards and 4 artifacts, really showing the power of Glimmer Void and Chromatic Sphere and Lotus Petal, or no Chromatic Sphere, just Lotus Petal and Glimmer Void.
Right. Yes. It's typical of the affinity decks we used to see in Modern, right? With Mox Opal, is you could just play these. I mean, you could play an infinity of them, but yeah, the weirdest card in the sideboard is Mindstorm Crown, which essentially draws cards when you're empty-handed, but deals damage to you if you forgot to be empty-handed.
I would have said the weirdest card is Light of Day, but then you look at all these mono black aggro decks and you're like, oh, this person just nailed it, right?
Yeah, no.
Well,
yeah,
Light of Day literally says mono black aggro cannot do anything.
Right. Light of Day, not going to be important since this top 8 doesn't have any black decks, but we saw a black aggro deck being, a contender, and it could have mattered. And also those hosers like Dread of Night and Chill could matter a lot. It's just that we're not going to see them as much, but they probably had an impact in the Swiss portion.
Yep. And in third place, Simon Nielsen, 5-1 with Mono White Ancient Tomb aggro. Like I said, I thought this was the second best built deck in the tournament, and we watched his matches. Deck looked incredible. Well, what do you think?
Obviously the match where you get Sublime Archangel plus Sajani turned 3 and 4, yeah, that's gonna look great. But one of the things I liked about Simon's deck is that the other white decks essentially probably just use Chrome Mox and try to power out things, but at the cost of cards. Whereas Simon's build essentially went, I'm not going to sacrifice cards. Ancient Tomb is basically 2 cards in 1, with a bit of a drawback. So I'm going to take the advantage of that. So whenever I draw Ancient Tomb or I mulligan into it, I get 2 cards in 1, kind of like the Eldrazi decks used to have, right? So I like the use of Ancient Tomb. It's also flavorful with the username Tomb Simon. Perfect.
Oh, nice. I didn't even realize that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And in fourth place, deck we haven't seen at all played today, and kind of an unusual one. Joe Schramm, forgive me if I butchered that name, Joe, with what I would describe as red-green Ponza mid-range. What do you think of this deck?
I guess you see Wasteland and you're like, how can I make my Wasteland even better? But jokes aside, it uses Wasteland and Ancient Tomb to good effect, right? It's one of the rare decks that can use both. Yep. Because your threat's a little later in the game, so I saw that in quite a few decks, the combo of Ancient Tomb and Solemn Simulacrum, allowing you to play the card a little earlier. It's a little brave, I think, to attack mana bases in a format with Chrome Mox, but Uses, the power of the Talisman of Impulse and Cold Steel Heart to accelerate, plus Ancient Tomb. With Ancient Tomb in one of those talismans, you can have a turn 2 Soul, you can start destroying lands from turn 2. So really doing that. And by the way, just wanted to shout out Misplaced Ginger that's raiding us with a party of 26. Super welcome to the top 8 of Set Roulette. We're discussing the red-green land destruction deck.
Yeah. One of my other favorite things about that deck is you can Into the North for Mouth of Ronom.
That's actually pretty sweet. Yeah, there's a Highland Well just because it's a snow duel, right? And Stalking Yeti is not a card I've seen in a long time. It's a very weird card. I think it was like one of the first fight cards. So like the templating on it is not quite as normal as it would normally be.
Yep, it's a weird Flame Tongue Kapu variant. But enough about that. This next deck also has Stalking Yeti in the sideboard, and it's I would call it in between red with 4 Jinx Choker. But what do you think, Eduardo?
So yeah, looking at the 6th place list, I mean that's the thing is Curse Scroll, Jinx Choker, Searing Spear, Searing Blast. This deck wants to deal damage and wants to deal it fast. Ooh. And yeah, it uses that, right, but it tries to go a little over the top. Instead of just focusing on what we've seen of making, it makes Firewalker on turn 1 or Eidolon on turn 1, which we've seen a few times, but it still has Thundermaw Hellkite. So it plays a few more lands that are utility-based, like Wasteland, Great Furnace to a degree because of Sharpened Blast, and it tries to benefit from that by playing a top-end threat. That otherwise you could put on the Chromox if you're land light. But yeah, this deck can deal repeated damage. And on top of that, in creature matchups, really well set up, right? With 4 copies of Electrostatic Bolt in the sideboard. Probably good in the creature mirrors, but in round 1, and in round 1, I'm going to face Summon Nielsen. So going to be interesting to see how that all lines up.
We've just heard from the man behind the curtain. Brian Pierce is also apparently double tabling, trying to get to a final table of a poker tournament for 500K. So really huge shout out to him. He's probably trying to do well in both of these tournaments, but one is a little bit more important than the other, I
know. Look, there's only one Set Roulette every
I know,
month. You can play poker tournaments all the time. Clearly, this is the one to take down. But yeah, I guess, let's see. We're missing free list, right? We're missing Alex Levy's All-In Gruul, I think. And then we got 7th and 8th coming up.
Yep. What's Alex Levy's deck? Huh. Yep. Seething Song into Arcsauger. This is what we mentioned, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Rite of Flame. Interesting doesn't use Chromox. So only wants to lose cards that much. But it tries to use Rite of Flame, Seething Song, make that Arcslogger old school Mirrodin deck. And your goal is Arcslogger is good enough to deal with your whole opponent's board, and then I'll just take over as a 4/5. But yeah, Cold Steel Heart, Lotus Petal, Ancient Tomb, just trying to get to that. Kind of, also 4 Chalice of the Void. Interesting card to have access to that was legal, but obviously in a smaller format, it's a little harder to hit mana cost. So it's a little bit of a gamble, right? Because it's play draw dependent, and sometimes you can't find that right matchup. But when it works, Chalice of the Void is very good.
Yeah. And in 7th place, we have a different affinity deck. It's blue-green or blue-red main deck, sideboard some green cards. What do you think?
I mean, it has 2 main deck Smelt, right? Everybody's playing Chrome Mox or Great Furnace or some kind of Talisman. So the 2 main deck Smelts are actually relatively interesting. Gives you that edge in the mirror. I think we saw this list. I think there's too much. Maybe it was just seeing too many lands in play. But because there's not that much filtering, I'm actually surprised to see that much mana. I would have believed that a few less lands would have helped. But I like that the sideboard is a little more versatile and gives you access to a wider range of matchups.
And in 8th place, we saw this person play once or twice. This was the unfortunate person who drew 1 Snow Mountain Scred multiple times. That's not a knock against the deck. It's just variance, obviously. But Mono Red, not quite all in on small creatures. It has a late game with Prophetic Flame Speaker instead of Thundermaw Hellkite. Tell me about that, Eduardo.
Yeah, so Prophetic Flamespeaker was an interesting card. If people were playing back in Journey into Nyx, that was like kind of one of the hype cards of the set, right? It was like, this is going to be a really big card in the format because it's card advantage in red. It's aggressive. Essentially, I get to attack in, and I get that kind of Ophidian feel, but in red. The card didn't really make much of a splash. The problem was that back in Standard in those days, it was very creature-focused. So 2 free creatures, essentially, not really going to do the job. And there was plenty of removal for it. But, in a format with less removal, might pan out. Unfortunately, it doesn't line up well against Searing Spear. But if your opponent's Sharpnel blasting it, that's actually good. I find it personally interesting, but I feel like at the end of the day, like the base of those red decks, Sharpnel Blast, Curse Scroll, Searing Spear, that's really what matters. And getting that 1-drop / 2-drop, that's a 1-drop with Chrome Mox, getting the beatdown and closing the game out with those big burn spells.
All right, so give it to me straight. Predict the results of the quarterfinals.
All right. So we got Living Death versus Mono Red. So I believe we're play draw. I would say the Living Death deck is probably favored on the play just because Elder Skillworm is such a house.
Yep.
And the red deck just cannot answer that card without like playing 2 cards. You need like Curse Scroll plus Sharpnel Blast plus an attack, and by that point, the Living Death deck can do other deck things. Yep. I don't think I see anything in the sideboard that would. Mark of Beauty is actually a really interesting.
Oh, that's actually a nice one, right?
Yeah. So there's only one, so you're gonna need it. But I'd say with Free Chills, the Living Death deck is probably ahead. Yep. Looking at Arayo bots versus Affinity, obviously it's a mirror match. I don't think being on the play is as important. Yeah, so that's our feature, right? I don't think that match. I think that match is going to come down to the Arayo player being on the play, but those 2 Curse Scrolls in the main deck and 4 Electrostatic Bolts, for me, gave the advantage to the Arayo bots player.
Yep.
Then we have Simon Nielsen on Mono White versus Alex Pulowski on Mono Red with 4 Jinx Choker. Jinx Choker, not that great, but there's 4 Electrostatic Bolts in the sideboard. It's a toss-up, I'd argue. And there's only 2 Solteri Priests.
Yeah.
Which, might have been good. But the Free Promise of Burnrai actually pretty good against the red deck.
Yep.
So I think Simon has a slight edge, but not by much. So that's probably going to be the closest match alongside the mirror match. And then we have actually the All-In Gruul deck versus the Mana Destruction deck. That one I'm going to have to give to the deck that tries to do Acidic Slime. Because Acidic Slime is so good against the other deck. Like, it gets rid of a mana source. It makes things a lot harder. And you get to have the same threats, but use them more frequently. So I think that's going to be an edge to the Stone Ring deck, but not by tons.
I think I agree with all of them except for that match.
Sure.
I actually think the deck that has all of these rituals is favored versus the deck trying to blow up lands.
Yeah, that's fair. There's also 4 Fractusks in one of the decks and not the other. And surprisingly, that's in the Rituals deck.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, that's actually going to be interesting. I might be up for changing there for sure. It's going to depend on that opening hand, and the red-green ramp player essentially is on the play. But Rituals are also pretty good on the draw because they allow you to catch up. So, yeah. All right. Yeah.
So our match will be an Affinity Mirror with Arayo Affinity on the play. So that should be an exciting one.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. Well, I mean, it's going to be very opening hand dependent. I'm actually interested to see how the Arayo deck does it. To be fair, one of the things the Arayo deck can do if it gets a quick Arayo, it stops top decks for quite a bit because you have to find a spell to give up on. So it makes top decks much worse as well. So a quick Arayo could actually be really key.
Yep.
It's actually a turn 1 Arayo, like literally because you can go Lotus Petal Land, Arayo Ornithopter Welding Jar, and that's it. It transforms.
Yeah, I would say the only issue with this hand is that the follow-up is not very good, but once you've built your deck like this, you can't really not do this, right?
Yeah. You can't like look at that hand, go like I can transform Arayo turn 1. I got a mulligan.
Right.
But yeah, Somber Hoverguard is going to have to do a world of work.
So for at least the good part for Jamie is that he's going to force the other player to use cards in a way that they don't really want to. Although apparently Lotus Petal is thrown under the bridge, which obviously the one you want to sacrifice, right?
Yeah. Sure, right. Mishra's Bauble gets to draw into another card. That's it. That's not a lot of artifacts in play, and because these decks are based on critical mass, each card will matter.
I actually think that Seat of the Synod was an enormous draw, because without the seat, you can't even cast the Hoverguard that turn.
Yeah, no, that's true. That would have been an extra turn. I guess the 0 mana artifact would have also done the job, but...
Yep. So now we play the game and see how many cards can the other affinity player throw away to force through damage, right?
Yeah, no, it's essentially, yeah. Oh, well, Wasteland is not going to do much. That's...
Nope.
You can regenerate it.
Yeah, actually, I think this is sort of appealing, right?
It's close, right? Because you still have Glimmer Void and a lot of mana, but it does make your top decks better. It would just be like, do you use the Welling Jar to protect your seat now, or do you try to protect like a Mirror Enforcer or something? Oh, wow, that is a big draw, though.
Yeah, so this is what I was thinking about. If you don't regenerate this seat there, then... wait, 1, 2, 3... No, yeah... The seat is basically tapping for 2 mana here for the Hoverguard, right?
Right. So it helps you on your top decks for... I guess if you had Welding Jar, you'd still be able to Thought Cast, but you wouldn't have been able to cast the Somber Hoverguard.
Right.
Ooh, wow, Bone Splinter. That's like a real card being countered.
And this is funny. Look at these Frogmites. They can't block the Hoverguards. It's just a pure race. I would definitely rather be the person who's not color screwed and has a Thought Cast off the top.
Yes. This is perfect. Oh, Atog, that's a good card.
Yeah.
Now you can convert these random lands into just Frogmite Munch.
Yep.
So like that, it's pretty bad, honestly, for the opposing player here. Yeah, it's just... Yeah, that arrived turn 1 turned out it's pretty important because it made these Frogmites slower. It might have stopped the Mirror Enforcer. Like, there's 4 cards in hand. We don't know what they are, but they probably got stopped by Araya just on critical mass.
Yeah, that game was sort of a smashing. But look at this. Look at where the Arayas are going immediately.
Yeah, right. Good recognition that on the draw, it's definitely not good.
Yeah.
And I think it's not that great a card in a matchup like this unless you're on the play and you turn 1. It like just happened there. But it's not common enough an occurrence, right? So I would suspect the Araya still stay in the back. But yeah, you got this. You basically got instant speed Vindicate and Electrostatic. Well, I say it doesn't kill Somber Hoverguard, I guess. But yeah, Curse Scroll very good.
What do you think about siding out Atog?
It doesn't really do that much, I guess. It's like you're right. Like if you're constructing this deck and you were looking for the 60th card, that's what Atog is. I think the fact that, it's not a permanent effect and there's enough random creatures flying about, even if you like attack into Ornithopter, for example, you have to give up one of your artifacts to kind of get rid of the Ornithopter. I think it'd be okay, but you're boarding in also a lot of collared spells. So, yeah, I can understand the appeal.
This is an interesting hand. This is like a classic Affinity mirror post board hand, right?
Yeah, you have your removal spell. You have your, well, I guess free drop or 4-drop. Yeah, free drop with the hand. And that's the problem is you don't have card advantage, but you have the natural card advantage of being on the draw and having a removal spell. But it's kind of close. This is much better just because of Curse Scroll. I think the rest of the hand is nice, but Curse Scroll is going to really matter, I think, down the line.
Agreed. I think your worst card is probably... It's probably Ornithopter, but... Lotus Petal's also close. Bone Splitter's also close.
Yeah, but all of these power Mirror Enforcer and Frogmite, right? I wonder if Frogmite might be the worst card, but it does allow you to go. If you put bottom Mirror Enforcer, you can go turn 1 Frogmite with Bone Splinter. I mean, you could just cast the Frogmite as well, but Bone Splinter seems really appealing with Ornithopter to me.
Yep. I do think this is a close decision. You could make a case for 3 of the cards.
Yeah. Let's see, all of these are artifacts, so the Mirror Enforcer actually looks pretty likely to get cast. Oh, probably not bottom seed of the same. That seems like
the seed is the one card you're not allowed to bottom.
Yeah, we can make an argument for the rest. Lotus Petal would be a hard one. Yeah, I understand the Mirror Enforcer.
Yep.
Well, that's pretty tame. But that to me is actually really worrying. Because now, Bone Splitter, that's unfortunate, but it's really worrying, right? Because if your opponent let off this, what's the rest of their hand?
Yeah, that is really worrying. But hopefully the Curse Scroll will be good enough in a late game scenario.
Yes. I mean, I'd be worried about any kind of Wasteland or Disenchant effect on the seat, but we'll see.
Right. So Ornithopter must have been top deck there, right?
It's possible you don't play Ornithopter, right? If you start off, I mean, you might as well play it. I guess it has no drawback almost, but yeah.
Well, you had a Bone Splitter in play on turn 1, right? So there's a chance you just want to equip attack.
Right, and also like Great Furnace is a much better target. So,
right.
Well, that was like the only draw I think that was relevant. Any artifact land.
Yeah, there's a lot of them in the deck, but obviously it's still a good draw.
Yeah.
So I think you're not allowed to use Lotus Petal to equip.
I mean, you could do it. It just wouldn't be a very good scenario.
I think basically how I envision this game playing out is we're probably going to use the Petal to activate Curse Scroll once and then hope to draw another land to activate it again. Because every shock you cast is actually super valuable, right?
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. So this turn was really, do I equip Bone Splinter or do I play out Curse Scroll? I guess this makes sense in the context of if my opponent has artifact removal, I don't want to expose Curse Scroll.
That's a lot of Bone Splitters. They don't really get better in multiples.
No, especially against this board. So you get to trade off Frogmites. And I mean, Curse Scrolls are going to take over later.
And look at Josh. Josh doesn't even want to trade because he recognizes it's not even a good trade for him, right?
Yeah, because every creature is so valuable.
I think what Josh is thinking is, well, if I get rid of this Ornithopter, then I can start taking huge chunks out of my opponent's life total, right?
Yes. Right. Ornithopter, the best card, turns out, as it always is.
I actually think it's significantly worse than this version because there's no cranial plating, right?
Yes, that is very true. I don't know if there's anything else you could do with it, though. Like, in that slot, it's really hard to find anything.
Right.
Like creature but without plating, it's obviously way worse. Also without Springleaf Drum.
Right.
it's gonna be a large Ornithopter.
Yeah, but large Ornithopters still trade with Ornithopters.
Yeah, I mean,
look at this.
Oh.
Look at how many Bone Splitters there are. So, do you think that means there's another Ornithopter in hand?
I mean, I guess. I mean, I don't know if I would be that eager to trade. Yep. Yeah, you're right. That was a great call.
But because, like, think about it this way: the only way you offer that trade, is if you have another evasive creature, right?
Yeah, because otherwise you try to top deck removal. So yeah, that's. I'd like to see Curse Scroll come down this turn, just because if you draw a land next turn, you get to activate it.
Yep, and you don't have the fire, and that's exactly what Jamie's doing here.
Yeah.
I think someone who recognizes they should side out a Ryo on the draw also recognizes that you should play Curse Scroll right there, right?
Yeah, just need that extra mana source. Turns out Wasteland was very good. I mean, Wasteland and Affinity Mirrors is
Oh my god, another Ornithopter is actually really brutal.
I guess not, right? Because you could. I mean, if there's no land, it's very brutal. But if there's a land, it's not so bad, right? Because you get to just destroy whichever one attacks.
Yeah, but what the opponent can do is move one Ornithopter around, or one
sure.
Bone Splitter around. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's kind of an awkward draw, actually, right?
Yes, no, it is. Without a second Ornithopter, it would have been a good safety case. But yeah, now the problem is if you draw a land, you got to name one of the two cards.
I think the best land to draw is probably Glimmer Void, so you don't have to do that and just cast your Disenchant instead.
Yeah, that would be better indeed. Yep. Cycle that Chromatic Sphere.
Into a Tree of Tails.
Yeah. I think you should have re-equipped it. Oh, I guess if the plan is to re-equip and block, but I wouldn't be incentivized to block here. This might actually work out well, right? If you trade the Frogmite for Ornithopter, it's a lot easier for this Disenchant to be live.
But I kind of feel like the opponent is smarter than that, right? Because you don't really want to trade your flying creatures for their ground creatures. Oh, that's huge. I think
that bolt was great because you get to essentially kill one of them. So, I mean, you're going to attack anyways.
Yeah, and the opponent correctly identifies that blocking is not a good idea.
Yeah.
Actually, as it stands, if the opponent draws another land, Jamie's actually fine.
Yes.
It's going to be scary, of course, because like there's a few turns where you're a little bit vulnerable, but you didn't come here not to cast your shock on their Ornithopter, right?
No, for sure. Yeah, and it presents lethal damage, but worst case scenario, you have access to Disenchant.
Yep.
Ooh,
that's...
Well, my Frogmite is my suspicion. I mean, to be fair, yeah, because you're at 10. I mean, you could draw a card, but that seems risky. And you probably would have done it this turn.
I think what you're actually supposed to do is just leave it in play and see if you draw Shrapnel Blast, right?
That's also a possibility, yeah. The Mirror Enforcer, yeah, if you're going to kill the Frogmite, it would have been right away, right, because of Affinity. Yep. But here, it's a forced line. You have to disenchant this Ornithopter. There's not really a way around it.
No, I think Joshua identified that leaving the Frogmite in play is fine because you have a lot of cards that just kill your... You have every Shrapnel Blast you draw. It's just lethal if you keep the Pirate Spell Bomb.
That's fair, yeah. But I thought those would got boarded out in the Mirror.
It's possible. We saw Jamie side out his one copy, but we don't know what the opponent did.
That's fair. Yeah, so here, forced to disenchant, right?
Right.
Well, that Lotus Petal hanged around for a long time, but it's time for it to go.
No, and now it's definitely correct, obviously, when you're at 6 life being attacked for 6.
Yeah. Ooh, that was a good draw.
Yeah, it actually is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you can tap your Great Furnace to play Mirror Enforcer. Except now we see that.
So now the question is...
No, you definitely do this. Wait, what? I think you should play your Enforcer because it's just lethal.
Yeah, it's really close, isn't it? Because of the Cursal, but because the problem is, right, if they play any creature, you're trading. But I think you're right that you just have to go for it.
Yeah, but also doing this means any removal spell you draw, say Electrostatic Bolt, which you have 3 left of, means Mirror Enforcer is just a 2-turn clock.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny that we did not actually see Curse Scroll take over this game, right?
It might have from the opposing side, actually, if it came earlier.
And look at that. That Curse Scroll is kind of scary because it means Shrapnel Blast is... Wait, no. don't we just equip and see if they're dead? Never mind.
Yeah, of course, yeah. But if this Mirror Enforcer lives, yeah, it's win. But if it dies, I think the Curse Scroll is just going to take over.
Yep.
That's not going to do it.
No, this
deals 2 damage to themselves.
Yeah. So we see a Ryo Affinity take it 2-0, not having a Ryo in play in the deck in game 2 on the draw.
Yeah. But yeah, good recognition, and it turned out, yeah, just whoever had the last creature standing. So those extra removal spells, right? The Bolt and the Disenchant were really key in the match.
Yep. I think you've played a bunch of Affinity, as have I. This reminds me of when it was you really did not want to trade your flying creatures for their ground creatures ever, even though there was a cranial plating on ground creatures, because eventually you would draw ground creatures to block them.
Right. You had so you'd rather save your removal for their flyers because they're going to always spend resources to make the flyer lethal.
Yep.
So any trade you could make with a flying creature was almost instantly taken as a result, because that's all that mattered, right? The evasive creatures. Right. That unless you like had a really fast draw, which with something that overpowers it, but these are more games of attrition. I felt like Thoughtcast felt like one of the more important cards in that matchup.
Yeah. Will Lowry playing Mono Red versus the Blue Black Living Death deck played by Brian Paris. And we have a result from one of the back tables. The all-in Gruul deck defeated the Gruul deck 2-0, just like I predicted, Eduardo.
It's all good. It's all good.
Well,
I don't mind.
It's just the ritual thing, I think, right?
Yeah, so I guess, yeah, if you can Seething Song, I think Thundermaw Hellkite is actually problematic, right? Like, you can beat Arcslogger maybe, but Thundermaw is going to be a problem.
I'm having slight issues loading it.
Yeah, same, but hopefully.
Yeah, we can see the other side.
So it's kind of funny, right? Because we're taking our time trying to figure out what's going on. And we come to the match with a big Elder Scale Worm in play.
And a chill.
Yeah, so you have to combine multiple spells to take care of the worm. But it's going to be a little hard against a chill.
Really hard, yeah. They really don't make it like that anymore, do they?
Chill? No. Yeah, the cards are not quite the same. Look at the amount of cards in hand.
It probably is from the Sphinx of Ithune, right?
Yeah, that makes sense, but wow, still. I like how we don't attack. I guess technically you could take damage for now. There's the Cursed Scroll.
Does that even... Oh, no, it does do something, right?
Right. No, basically, Elder Scale Worm gets you to 7, right? So, when you're above 7, it's just like Worship, but at 7. And if you're below 7, then you're in trouble.
I don't know why you get so confused by that. It's just because it has a lot of words on it.
I mean, it definitely has. It's a very long worm. It probably has a whole library inscribed on its scales. This way, right, and they all say Mono Red is doomed.
I really hope for Will's sake that he won game 1, because I don't think there's a way out of this one for him, realistically speaking, right?
No, yeah, chill is a real problem. You need so many mana sources for it, and then, like, the best way to come out of this, I mean, there is an out, right? Sharpnel Blast would do the job, because you get the Sharpnel Blast the worm plus 2 Mock Fanatics, but you're losing 3 Furnace or Curse Scroll. You're spending your whole turn to get rid of the Elder Scale Worm. And then you have 2 Jackal Pups versus a 5/6 flyer.
I think Will's actual out is for Brian to mess up and only have Elder Scale Worm in play and Mark of Mutiny with a 5th mana source.
Yeah.
But that's so low probability based on how we've seen Brian play, right?
Right. One of the other outs was to reanimate, and while you're at 4 with the trigger putting you to 7, you essentially Sharpnel Blast in response, so that would be bad, but it's not going to happen. I suspect.
Yo, look at this. This even locks out the Mark of Mutiny play.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, that's.
You have to spend like 7 mana now.
So I think Brian realizing that this lock piece is coming to play, he has basically the entire lock. He has Chill, Propaganda, Elder Scale Worm.
And the opposing player has 2 Jackal Pups that are looking at the owner like, look, what are we going to do here? Just give me some food. We're done. I just don't see a way out of this, because you can curve scroll that to 7, but it's not going to go further than that. Oh, you can even use a Searing Spear instead.
Right. Chill, Propaganda, Elder Scale Worm.
Oh, look at that. Free mana Jackal Pup.
Yeah,
it almost feels like Homeland's card at this point.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And with everything going on, Brian can attack and also just reliving death to upgrade his board, I think, if he really wanted to, which is kind of sick.
Yeah, because the Jackal Pups aren't... I think the Elder Scale Worm was really safe to attack here. With the Trample and Jackal Pups. But whatever, it's not going to matter much, honestly.
I believe it is literally not going to matter.
I can't see it mattering. Yeah. So, our multi-table are doing super well. Definitely advancing to the semifinals in the tournament that matters to start with. But, hopefully they do well in the other large poker tournament they're taking part. But yeah, I just don't see anything that can happen here. Oh, we got chat talking to us about the all-in Gruul deck. They couldn't beat Arcslogger.
Yeah, Arcslogger is a 4/5.
Oh, and apparently Solemn Simulacrum for the beatdowns to win the game.
Well, Jens is pretty powerful.
Yeah, I appreciate the people who brought the old school gens to, make sure it was mirrored and compliant.
And it looks like it's a wrap.
Yeah, there's nothing. I mean, this game's a wrap, right? We're not sure who won game 1, but we're gonna find out. Oh, screen capture.
Well, the screenshot. What do you think is going on?
Yeah, that's the making sure no funny bits. The victory shot.
Yep.
Oh, these mock fanatics. Oh well, I still ate 7.
Down to -2.
Yeah. I mean, Elder Scale Worm was really the game there, let's be honest. Along with Chill, Propaganda, all that good stuff.
I think by the time we got into the game, it really wasn't interesting anymore, unfortunately, right?
It was a foregone conclusion, yes. I would agree with that statement. So...
Right. So, I think we're going to take a break. I believe I will be exiting? No. Yes. I got confused for a sec.
Yes, you'll be casting the finals with Philippe Garot, whereas I'll be doing the semis with our dear friends, and looking for, I guess, the semifinals. So to recap, right, the Living Death taking it over the Mono Red deck in very convincing fashion.
Yep.
Erayo Affinity taking it over Regular Affinity with a very attrition-based game 2. We had the word that All-In Gruul won in against Gruul Skret, thanks to those rituals. And yeah, I guess the do we have an update on the Tomb Simon match?
Simon lost.
Simon lost? Okay, so the red
2-0.
deck took it over the mono white deck. So yeah, okay, so that looks like the semis are gonna be if it's normal brackets, Irayo Affinity versus mono red, and Living Death versus the Ritual red deck, which could actually work in the favor of the all-in deck with the right draw, but still looks really rough because that Living Death deck is really, really good. All right. See you in a bit.
See you in a bit.
Mythic Society.
And hi, friends. We're back here for semifinal action at the October set roulette tournament. I'm joined by Philippe Garot, and as for myself, Eduardo Sashgalik. Looking forward to bringing you semifinal action. We're looking at our semifinals are going to be Brian Paris, Living Death versus Alex Levy on All In Gruel. And then on the other side of the bracket, we got Jamie Miller on Erayo Bots against Alex Pulowski's Red Stuff or Red Aggressive deck with Jinx Choker. So the Living Death deck for sure is the talk of the tournament. Garo, what did you think of it, like watching it in action?
So far, I have yet to see someone actually put a reasonable fight up against him. Just having access to so much card advantage in the form of the Sphinxes, having the worship in the form of the Elder Scale Worm, having the mana accelerants out of the Dark Rituals. It's the only deck that we've seen with as much card advantage as a normal standard deck, let's say, with Ideas Unbound and Thirst for Knowledge. I mean, I feel like he's executing his game plan every game due to all this card selection. Intuition is basically a Buried Alive and a card selection spell at the same time. The fact that he has access to Chrome Lux like anyone else makes him power out his Living Death as fast as possible. The fact that he has Intuition makes him have 8 in his deck. So it seems to be the non-aggro deck that is the most consistent out of anything else that we've seen so far.
No, for sure, right? And even if Counterspell, because I was thinking about it, I was like, Counterspell is legal in this format, but I don't remember seeing a list with it. Because it turns out everyone's playing monocolor aggressive, right? Like, it's so much fast mana that you can't play Counterspell in this format because it's too slow. It's not interacting with your opponent where you need to go. So as a result, and no one decided to register Tormod Script because chat pointed out at one point, Tormod Script is a legal Magic card in this one. M13.
Really? From which set?
M13.
Okay.
Yeah. So turned out nobody spotted that there was a graveyard combo deck, so there's no hate for it and there's no interaction. The closest thing actually that I identified are actually going to be the Erayo Affinity deck with Duresses, but you're still going to need a really lucky draw, right, where they only have that one spell that matters, and it seems hard between Reanimate and Living Death. And on the other side, for this round, we got that all-in Gruel deck. So you get to Ritual out a Thundermaw Hellkite, but I mean, Thundermaw Hellkite meet Elder Skillworm. Like, you know, it's just not the same fun. It's unfortunately, I don't think the same fight. I honestly, I just don't like. I just see it as a cruise to victory for this Living Death deck. It's been 6-0 in the Swiss. Has dropped, I think, a game so far. One game.
I mean, if Tormod Script was legal, I don't understand why the Erayo deck wouldn't want to play it. I mean, it is another 0-mana artifact.
Just double checking. I think it is an M13 because chat was definitely talking about it a lot. Yeah, Tormod Script, Magic. Yeah, but the Erayo deck was more focused on Ornithopter, right? Because you have Bone Splinters, so you want cards. And
no, I understand, but I mean, if it's a legal sideboard card, maybe he just didn't have the space for it, or he wanted to concentrate on other thing and just didn't see the Living Death or didn't play against the testing.
Nobody saw the Living Death deck. We had one player with it just dominate entirely. I just don't think that a graveyard deck was seen. And the thing is, when Living Death works, like, sure, you can stop them from getting their stuff back with Tormod Script, but your board's gone. that hasn't changed.
That is true. That is true.
I mean, it's Wrath plus Reanimator, and you have Dark Ritual, and a lot of other goodies. So, I mean, I want to see it in action. I expect it to take down this tournament, but you got to go through the semifinals. Got to take it down first against the player with the rituals.
Yeah. Apparently, the best form of ritual was the Dark Ritual version and not the Rite of Flames and Seething Songs that the Mirrodin and Cold Snap had to offer the red decks.
Yeah. And yeah, no, for sure. And by the way, remember this is play draw, so the player that was higher in the Swiss gets to be on the play. That's why you saw that the option to decline being on the play. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Dark Ritual is amazingly potent. It's just
here we're gonna have a mana war, if you will, like Ancient Tomb versus Solemn Simulacrum and Seething Song versus Chromox and Dark Ritual is going to be how these things are going to get played. And if we see the red green deck power out something powerful, there's nothing stopping the Living Death deck from just taking it off the board, because that's what Living Death does.
Yeah. But one of the key things in this match for me is going to be that this mana is actually pretty resilient. It's not just Ritual out of Big Fred and you're done. You get to go Soul Him into Fractusk into Fractusk. So I think that, Brian Paris is going to have to set up for a larger Living Death. This isn't a matchup where a single Elder Skill Worm is going to take it down. So you probably need to chain a bunch of Sphinxes and go for longer-term value.
The other thing is, you point out the Living Death as a Wrath. The fact that Thragtusk leaves a 3/3 body behind just doesn't let the Living Death player cleanly answer the board like it did against the red decks or the white decks, where just nothing would be around. Thragtusk still leaves the 3/3 body.
Yeah, and by the way, that sequencing at the start decided to play a mountain rather than a forest, which makes sense. But then the second Ancient Tomb turns out it's punitive, because now you don't have the option to play Fractus next turn unless you want to burn a Seething Song for that. And I mean, slow hand from the Living Death player, but probably setting up for Intuition.
Yeah, that's generally what he's been doing. That or Thirst for Knowledge is going to put some men in the graveyard in a turn and start getting the wheels turning.
Yeah.
Here we have a Solemn Simulacrum play instead of trying to ritual out the Thragtusk, because burning an additional card for mana doesn't necessarily seem profitable in this current board state.
Well, considering we've seen turn one flip their Ryos, this is a slightly refreshing change of place, right?
This is true. It's more the mid-range versus combo, I guess, instead of like blisteringly fast aggro mirrors, or whether it be affinity. Then again, a lot of the matches we've just seen, the blue-black Living Death deck just dominate some people, but when he hasn't been on the punishing end, other people have certainly been being more explosive.
Yeah. No, and these intuitions have been I mean, it is one of the it does see Legacy play a little less, I guess, since Legacy has changed recently, but it used to be one of the key cards in Legacy, especially the show and tell decks, because one frequent play pattern with this is, look at these free cards. You pick
They're
one.
all the same.
Yeah, they're all the same. So, I mean, if there's a Living Death, you get a Sphinx and an Endless Skill Worm. You just get to pick your poison, but there's always going to be that worm in there.
Yeah, and I feel that the way that Brian has been using the Intuition, I've never seen him actually get 3 times the same card. He's always given his opponent the option of something different, and the card that he's wanted in the graveyard, he's actually getting 2 copies of, because he's always going to get one in the graveyard, whether it be Sphinx, the Elder Scroll, or the Triskelion. He was never getting 3 because he never wanted twice that effect. He always wanted something else to back it up. And I feel that's very different than what we're used to from a card like Intuition, which would always just demonic 2 to 3 copies of the same thing and give you the one you want.
Right, but it feels to me as well like, between that rock and the hard place, it's like, do you want the rock or the hard place? Well,
I feel like he's getting more of a buried alive feel than what we've seen Intuition do, and it's probably what the designers would have liked the card do, instead of just always getting 3 times the same thing.
This Dark Ritual powering out the Sphinx straight up. Let's go.
Yeah. I'll spend a card to get 2 more, especially if there's a 5/6 attached to it that's just brick walling my opponent's team.
Yeah, and this split as well. You get the choice of Thirst for Knowledge and 2 lands. Sign me up. You get that extra Triskelion in the graveyard. You get more mana. You get this. Yeah, you get to set up for that late game. Chrome Box.
Oh,
wait, are we going to see a Reanimate this turn as well?
Even has the Chrome Box and the Reanimate? No, the Reanimate isn't there.
Surprised to see the Chrome Box played then, because I don't think there's anything you could do at Black Instant. So a little surprised to see it played there, but maybe he had too many cards in hand.
Yeah, the Sphinx Platoon will do that, I guess. I want to see Arcslugger activate 3 times, remove the top 30 cards of your deck, and kill a Sphinx, and then attack.
Maybe, you feel you're behind. This might be a good setup, actually. You make your opponent feel comfortable. You have some Fractus that can't attack and assault him. But this can actually set up Lethal because you can power out that Arc Slogger with a Seeming Song. As you mentioned, pink down that Sphinx 3 times, attack in for
12.
Yeah, and then you still have an Arc Slogger activation, but you have to hope there's no living deaths, and that's yeah.
I mean, if you can get the attack in next turn, like this smells.
That's not good.
That's never good. You think it's good from the level 0's perspective, and then you rise up in the way you think, and you're like, why is my opponent doing this? Oh, well, I guess I'm dead.
Yeah. Well, your creatures certainly are. If nothing else.
Yeah. They're the living dead. Maybe this Brian was really into the new Walking Dead Secret Lair collection. He's like, oh, I'm just gonna power up my I'm gonna base my new set roulette deck around this feature.
Yeah, this is you get more card advantage. Wonderful.
Because why not?
Yeah. I mean, it's not card advantage in the traditional sense because all you're going to do is more living deaths and more reanimates. But it's good enough against red green.
Card advantage in my book. Hey, the graveyard is an extension of your hand. And Brian has clearly understood that.
Right. So first for knowledge is a draw 5 is what you mean.
Yes. Instant speed, draw 5.
It's perfect. I draw these for you, then I put these 2 creatures and I'm about to go.
I don't understand why no one else would choose to do this if it was just 3 mana draw 5. Everyone else wanted to play mountains and stuff.
Well, I mean the deck is in the top 4, so it clearly had chops, but I think that these decks did well because there was so much aggression in the format, so much affinity, and one player rose about it all with combo, essentially.
Explain to me how the mono white deck beats an active Arc Slogger. You just tap some mana, remove some cards from an irrelevant zone, and then turn it sideways.
You have a Solteri Priest. That's about it.
That's a good answer.
A pair of, and a Johnny, and you're lucky on the timing.
Yeah.
It's unlikely.
And hopefully the red-green player just did not choose to register a Curse Scroll to be able to beat those.
Yeah.
Because clearly his deck's very capable at dumping his hand, which seems to be a very good combo with Curse Scroll.
Yeah, but I mean here, Dark Ritual again. Wow. It's getting powered out here. Another Sphinx.
Honestly, this Living Death deck has the biggest motley crew of creatures.
Look at this. What do you do?
It's
yeah, there we go. That's the right action right there. Keep it up.
Right-click concede has been called.
I'm looking at those Chalices of the Void. And I mean, they're unlikely to matter, but I'm very tempted by them for sure.
Wait, you want to put them on 5?
Yeah.
On 3?
Your whole deck's at 5, I guess. Yeah, so I guess 1 for Reanimate, but even then.
I mean, your ones are what? Dark Rituals and Screds? I mean, Scred in that game, you would have needed 7 snow permanents for it to actually take out the Elder Scale or a Sphinx.
Yeah.
That's a lot of board.
Harness by Force. That is a really important piece of sideboard technology.
Yes, and it beats multiple Elder Scale worms because you can just strive it up and just take all the worms.
That's actually pretty sweet. I don't like the Scred.
Just taking them all.
I don't think the Scred is going to do anything.
Yeah, I don't either. And if he's doing that, honestly, I like the addition of Chalice, like you mentioned.
Yeah, because you're going to burn your Rite of Flame on making the Chalice anyways.
Yep.
But I can understand boarding the Rite of Flame out. You definitely board all 4 out or keep all 4 in. You don't I'll take 1 Rite of Flame.
We're not splitting these. We're not splitting these.
I don't know if Magma Quake does much, but yeah.
It doesn't hit flyers. It hits planeswalkers, and it's an instant. So it doesn't kill Sphinx, but it kills Elder Scale Worm and Triskelion.
Yeah, I like that mulligan, by the way. This hand is not good.
I didn't see it long enough. He just
It was
instantly
bad.
shipped it. Okay, then I agree with you.
But this one is at 6. It's closer. It's not great.
It's slow, but I mean, apparently that's the name of this matchup. Last round they were able to the first spell that was cast was on turn 3, and that was because of an Ancient Tomb. Otherwise, we're gonna wait another turn.
Yeah, but that didn't pan out so well.
That is true. So I guess the speed favors the blue-black deck.
Yeah. Well, it's essentially blue-black Reanimator, right? And
yeah.
The more time you give them to set up, the worse it becomes.
Yes, but this is only false when you have counter spells, which the red-green player traditionally does not have access to.
No, that's true. Not much counter magic.
But like you stated earlier, counterspell was a legal magic card, and people couldn't afford to play them because when you played against the white decks, the red decks, or the black decks, everyone was just dumping their hand into play in the first 2 turns, and you'd have access to 2 islands by turn 2, and your opponent just had 8 points of power in play, and you're like, this counterspell is not that great.
Some good news for the red-green player. Look at the cards that got dumped. Duplicant, Ideas Unbound, and First for Knowledge.
Eee. That's a lot of card sifting. Maybe they've already got what they want. Then again, if there were more fatties, they would probably dump more of them. So maybe he was just looking for lands.
It's possible we could also see an intuition at the end of turn.
Off a Dark Ritual?
No,
I don't think just burned it that
land, much. Pass, intuition, fatties, Dark Ritual in the Living Death.
Oh, yeah, you mean this turn? Okay, yeah, fine.
Yeah. I mean, look, the first play of the game was Ideas Unbound, and now we're going to Solemn Simulacrum.
Yep.
This is
Gens activated.
Yeah, so we saw a game where Simon Nelson won on turn 4 convincingly.
Yep.
In this game, the first active on board play has been turn 4.
Yep. The first non-land permanent is a 2/2 artifact Sakura Tribe Elder.
This is sadness. Yeah.
As you predicted, the intuition was fired off, and a bevy of fatty will be revealed from the blue-black side. Apparently, Elder Scale Worms will be in the near future, and we no longer have access to Scred because we've boarded those out, so getting additional land and having important more snow permanents in play does not help us here, but we're going to play some 4/5s, and we're going to hope to strive this harness to this multi-threaten.
It's going to be tough because I think it'll work at a lower life total, but it's a little hard because you can only steal them for 1 turn, and even if you took a hit for 12...
The Elder Scale Worm puts you to 7. Turns your life total at 7.
If it's less than 7.
If it's less than 7? Oh, I thought it just always made it 7.
No, that would be Form of the Dragon, which is a really cool card because it transforms you into a dragon. But Elder Scale Worm does not aim to transform you into a worm. It just wants to be your friend.
Damn. And I thought this play was going to be cool, where his opponent just plays the Living Death, goes to 7. Elder Scale Worm, no problem. I'm just going to kill with these guys, be at 7. I was I'm going to strive this harness by force, steal both your guys, kill you. That didn't pan out as I wanted it.
Yeah, I like
you gotta work towards it.
Yeah, I like the Arc Slogger though, since that gives you a little more of a shot to get there. But this is going to be already a gigantic attack for 12.
The additional keyword that Elder Scale Worm has beyond worship is trample. So
worship 7 is a keyword now.
Yeah.
We have no creatures that have that ability. We're okay, let's keyword it. It's all good.
No, the keyword on Elder Scale Worm is worship. The second one is trample.
Yes. Well, yeah.
Because the other creature that has worship on it is Platinum Angel.
Well, that goes beyond. Just while we're waiting for this game to come down to its natural fatties conclusion, I have a funny story with Platinum Angel. I played a game of Commander while this reanimate 13. That was whoa. I thought that was bad. Sorry, I was a little surprised. That was not what I expected to see. I expected just to see a pass or maybe cast something, but I did not expect this. Because now you can harness by force both Elder Skills. And you can attack with Arcslogger. This is an attack for 18, and this is lethal. But it would have been lethal if you didn't reanimate the Elder Skill.
Well, you see the upside? We get to cast a third game.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure Brian will not make that mistake again.
Yeah, all you needed to do was pass the turn. Like, there's no hour because Harness by Force was the only way to reverse the fortune there. And it would attack for 12 because the assumption is you could block the duplicant, the Arcslogger with duplicant. It would have been +4 damage, 16, but then you get to attack for lethal. So even though you could go down to 4, yeah, it turns out, yeah.
That was one hell of a reversal.
I did not expect that.
He just grabbed the game by the reins and rode it to victory.
Oh, definitely rode it to victory. One of the cool things about Scred that we haven't talked about is that you can Scred your own creature in response to Living Death. So if you have a Fractal Scout and Scred it, you get to get the 5 free back. Now, probably not enough, but with Harness by Force, which is pretty much your only out, maybe not so bad.
Yeah, I agree. Now, this line of play might not be something that we'll see if we see a Chalice hit 1 on turn 1 off a Lotus Petal, but apparently wilder things have happened in this match so far.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to game 3, which I did not expect to see after game 2.
No, and it actually just stopped you from having a great story to tell, and then we couldn't tell it.
It was actually a pretty terrific story. Are we going to see Chalice for X equals 2?
What does that do?
It stops Ideas Unbound, and there was something else that was important, but
well, apparently Alex thinks that a Chalice on 2 is the correct line of play.
It's a lot of cards for that Chalice on 2. It's
better be the best Chalice he's ever played.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, on 1 you start Dark Ritual and Reanimate, but those cards can still be discarded to card draw. This stops Ideas Unbound for sure. I'm trying to think what else was. I'm going to actually look.
What about Chill out of the sideboard?
I mean, it could have been brought in, but it's unlikely. It stops a Talisman from coming down.
All right.
But it doesn't stop a ton of cards. It only stops Talisman and Ideas Unbound. And yeah, the situation...
Drawing that third Lotus Petal may have trapped the red-green player into making that play and making it look cool, and in the end it didn't. But
yeah, because a Chalice on 1 would have stopped Dark Ritual and Reanimate.
Yeah.
And then you could have used it to make Thundermaw Hellkite this turn, right, with the other 2. So yeah, and look, the Dark Ritual's coming out.
Strike.
That's okay. I'm going to say that's okay. Cool. And now you can't even Chalice on 1 because you have this Chalice on 2.
Yep.
So, I mean, you could Chalice 0 maybe. There's Chrome Box in the deck, although at this point it doesn't really matter. Yeah, like imagine if that Chalice was on 1 and then on 2 might have been okay actually. These games have been weird. Oh. Yeah, pick your own Triskelion.
Gun you, gun it, living death.
Yeah, okay. I don't see this time how the game does not end in Brian Paris's favor. Like, literally cannot see it.
Well, apparently Brian will be able to win this match 3-0, but we said that last game.
I mean, okay, this time it looks pretty good.
Yeah.
I guess you can cast the card Arcslaughter.
No. I would have cast the dragon, tap the Sphinx, get in for 5, sending a message.
All right. Well, you could fireball your own library. That sends in a message too. I mean, this is lethal anyways, right? Because you attack with all 3 creatures, even if you block the biggest one, which is the worm. That's 2 trample damage plus 5 plus 4. So that'd be 11, and then you can ping for free with Triskelion. So if you block Triskelion like this, the Triskelion just pings directly, and that's lethal damage too.
Yep.
And yeah, that's pretty much it for that match. Kind of went the way we thought, even though we had to go to a third game.
But it just made the coverage more great.
We had more games of Magic, yes.
Yes, and who doesn't like seeing more Magic?
Yeah, speaking of more Magic, do you love... By the way, so funny story about Curse Scroll is when I used to have a cube, I would have different languages, and I would collect misprints. But I would have the cards exist as their misprinted version.
Okay.
So, Curse Scroll in Japanese taps for 2.
Ooh.
Much more powerful.
That's a very good Curse Scroll.
Yeah.
And I like Curse Scroll the way it is right now. I thought you were going to say, well, the Curse Scroll deals 3 damage. I'm like, what? That'd be one of the best Curse Scrolls ever.
There's a French Rod of Ruin that does that, right? Rod of Ruin in 8th edition in French deals 3 damage. So it's tap free, deal free.
I don't know this. Apparently you do.
Yeah. There's also Moloku. Spanish Moloku makes 2/2s.
That I do know.
Yeah. There was another card, I can't remember the misprint, but essentially the way it's misprinted is it doesn't have until end of turn, so it's a completely broken card as a result.
But
I can't remember.
The misprint, is it in English?
No, because it was definitely foreign language. Oh, yeah, there's the German Raised Dead from Corset that is essentially reanimated with no drawback. It was in Spanish. It basically it reanimates the creature from a graveyard into play.
I know that there's a Saviors of Kamigawa one that has a misprint on it that would have been legal in this set. It's one of the Suratamis. It gives -X attack when you're bouncing your lands, but it doesn't say until end of turn on it.
Yes, that's true. Yes. That's another one of those cards. Very broken. By the way, this game is basically going to come down to Curse Scroll, right? Both players have a Curse Scroll active. At some point. Yeah. I like that you get to get rid of the Jackal Pup and deal 2. That's definitely a bonus. And I'm going to guess this Frogmite is not long for this world.
Currently, is the Eidolon more of an advantage or less of an advantage, since it requires you to empty out your hand to only have 1 card, and if you have cast spells, it's dealing damage to you.
I would argue that because it deals 2 damage a turn, it's problematic.
And now the Affinity player, I think, has to scroll the Eidolon in order to stop taking as much damage.
Right, but do you take 2 now? Because if you play Ornithopter here and take 2, then you're at 6 versus 6. But your opponent gets to attack with Curse Scroll first. So they have the advantage because they get to do the activations before you do. So you lose if you do that. So you have to activate Curse Scroll on Eidolon here.
Well, clearly the misplay was not playing your land last turn, because then you could have played your other Glimmervoid this turn, and we wouldn't have this discussion.
No. Actually, not playing the land was good, because by having 2 Glimmervoids, if you shuffle your hand of free cards, right, you get to essentially pick and choose. Right? Like, you name Glimmervoid, and it's... I get what you mean. Like, if you had played both Glimmervoids, but I think another land got played last turn.
Oh.
Yeah.
How far are we into this game that, 4 lands is the turn that we're on?
This is turn 5. A land got played every turn.
How are people at 6 and 8 on turn 5 and have no board and no cards in hand?
Affinity versus Mono Red apparently is the answer to that one. But yeah, I think if you do the math correctly, you have to curse scroll the Eidolon and gamble on that 2 out of 3. Because if you play the Ornithopter to guarantee it, you go to 6, kill the Eidolon, but then your opponent has the curse scroll advantage.
I agree.
So now you have to top deck a way to create damage. If Ornithopter was a damage source, this would work out. The other because your opponent's not going to curse scroll your Ornithopter, they're just going to attack with the Eidolon.
Yeah.
Now that said,
if your opponent has 2 different spells in hand, then your opponent has the same curse scroll problem as you just had.
Right, and you know that they have curse scroll in hand, right? Because they activated curse scroll with curse scroll. So now but they can do it on upkeep, so they can guarantee 100% to hit. Which is actually a consideration that should have been done on the other side. If you were going to plan to take out the Eidolon, doing it on upkeep might have actually been the right line. Because then you guaranteed it. So an upkeep stop is actually pretty important with Curse Scroll, because if you can guarantee the roll, you could have gotten rid of this Eidolon.
Yeah. And then like the Curse Scroll math might be very different.
Yeah. Right, because now that's what's happening on the other side, is I could activate this Curse Scroll on upkeep, which I think is the right line. Yep, no need to do it on Ornithopter. By the way, I love the MTGO chat. Reveals Curse Scroll at random. Yeah, it was a 1 out of 1 random. Yeah, now...
MTGO is just doing what the card says.
Yeah. I think you have to Curse Scroll this Eidolon and hope to draw a Bone Splinters or some kind of burn spell to take this one down. So, yeah, like this. Now you're in trouble, but it's better. Now you play with what you have. You take your shot. You do the best you can with the resources that are now there.
If only cranioplating was legal.
If only. Bone Splinter is good enough.
Yeah, it's not that bad. It's a very forgotten piece of equipment.
Yeah. Second.
Oh, now we have Twin Scrolls.
Yeah, it doesn't really do much because there's not enough mana. But funnily enough, somebody mentioned German Ugin because that one's great. So the middle ability of Ugin, right? You minus X and you exile everything, which is X or less. But in German, it exiles X or greater.
That's a good 0.
Yeah, I'll choose
it never
0.
hits itself.
But if you have like tokens, you could choose 1 to protect your tokens and exile the rest.
Wow,
yeah, it's pretty good.
But wouldn't you have to like point out to everyone what these misprints are in these different languages in your cube if the people can't actually read them?
Yeah. That was part of the problem of the cube. but it's also like honestly, I'd probably do like a printout sheet or something, right? Like just so you're aware, these cards have slightly different text than what you're used to.
I mean, speaking of slightly different decks, I tend to errata certain cards in my cube just to like put them up to date to 2020 Magic and sometimes alter how certain archetypes function.
Yeah. So by the way, here with that Curse Scroll activation, Sharpnel Blast there's a reveal card zone.
That sounds like game, boys.
I think we got our finals. It's Mono Red versus Living Death, probably. I'm gonna say that there's 2 mana to launch a Sharpnel Blast. That's probably gonna do it. Oh, right, but right, it wasn't launched because you were worried about Sharpnel Blast, so you do it in response to Curse Scroll. So yeah, it wasn't just a troll. It was actually good recognition there. If you were wondering, you want to wait till the Curse Scroll is tapped. It actually turned out you didn't want to tap Curse Scroll there because, but it might have been launched on your upkeep. But it would have been really funny if Sharpnel Blast got drawn, since you just passed, but then you died to scroll. So it was kind of locked. I was wrong. Yeah. There's a third game.
Because, once again, the greatest part of Magic is watching more Magic.
Well, yeah, of course. Isn't it for you?
Yeah, this is why we do what we do.
Yeah, I know. Oh,
Would you want to like board in Pithing Needle, saying Curse Scroll, boarding out your own Curse Scrolls against the deck that has more than you?
it's actually possible, but Curse Scroll is such a good card in the matchup, and Needle really only targets Curse Scroll. So you kind of get in this difficult situation of, yes, if that happens, that's great, but you also, give up a really strong card in the matchup. So that is problematic.
And if you're just the luckiest ever, you just board both in and then never draw the wrong one.
I mean, sure, that's definitely a possibility.
I like this hand. I mean, it's not an Orion hand, but like.
Let's see here. We got
apparently he doesn't.
You didn't like. Well, apparently the love was not shared.
Well, apparently. I mean, I guess if there's like a 1-mana artifact in there, it's more plausible because you get a turn 2 Thoughtcast, where you didn't. Whereas now you have 2 lands, 2 Curse Scrolls, and we're putting Mirror Enforcer on the bottom of our library. That or Atog.
This hand is actually really sketchy because you don't have much speed and you don't have much mana, so it's very vulnerable potentially to a lot of different cards like Artifact Destruction. You don't really have much of a board presence, but I don't think you can mulligan to 5 to get better. So at the end of the day, you're gonna have to hope these Curse Scrolls basically take you home. Like honestly,
if you
this
keep
hand plus
and
destroying
bottom
lands
of Curse
is good.
Scroll, you're like, we'll say essentially all in on this Mirror Enforcer.
Yeah.
The Atog does live, but like you're still sacking permanents to keep it in play if necessary.
Yeah. Yeah, no, honestly, if you if you do this and you just draw land, if you just draw mana with this hand, double Curse Scroll can really get there for sure.
Yeah. I guess that's what he's thinking about. Either he's trying to Mirror Enforcer plan, an Atog plan, or a Scroll plan. And as the matchups tend to show us that they were more attrition based, well, having the double source, that's what he chose to do. He put the Atog on the bottom, and having artifacts in play goes with Reinforcer, and having multiple Curse Scrolls goes well with having the game go long.
Yeah. Well, let's see how it goes.
Welding Jar here actually lets turbocharge the Mirror Enforcer next turn.
Yeah, well, you get to go Welding Jar, double Curse Scroll.
Yep.
And as you say, you get a Mirror Enforcer.
Draw a land next turn, you get to even equip that Mirror Enforcer with the Bone Splitter.
Yeah, where if you draw a land, it could be.
Actually,
I guess you would be. Well, you could use the Curse Scroll, right? If you draw a land, you can act. That's an artifact land. You could. If you and play Mirror Enforcer all in the same turn.
Yeah, you get to kill the Jackal Pup, 2 of them, and play the Mirror Enforcer.
It's good times. Yeah. Or Slit Firewalker. If Slit Firewalker comes down, we're going for Slit Firewalker.
Yes. I would also do that.
Oh,
no, just more Jackal Pup scroll fodder. Let's go.
Oh, yeah. Who's going to win? One scroll or one puppy, boy?
Well, here it's 2 scrolls versus 2 puppies. So.
Well, you still need that bin land, right? But you get a Mirror Enforcer as a worst case scenario.
Yeah.
Yeah, an artifact land here would be a pretty big draw. See it? Oh, is this a smelt? Ooh, that's pretty smart. Because Welding Jar regenerates the furnace, right? But regeneration taps the card. Good recognition here from the mono red player.
Wow. Heads up play.
I mean, it's very heads up. You avoid the Curse Scroll activation, and you can't cast the Mirror Enforcer because you're down an artifact. So basically, you smelt as a time walk effect.
Yeah. That's really key in the beatdown plan for mono red.
Yeah, I mean, you got to do what you got to do. But I like this, right? You might be a little behind, but because you use your cards with maximum efficiency, you're in good shape.
And the Affinity player drew essentially the worst card he could in his deck because not only can he not cast it, but it's also not putting a permanent in play and it's not an artifact. So
yeah, cannot cast it. Very bad. Yeah, Glimmer Void is a decent draw.
That just made it great.
Yeah,
so we get to like Glimmer Void, Thoughtcast. Yeah, I think we Thoughtcast and draw. I don't know, like a Lotus Petal.
Some zeros, yeah. Well, we don't get to choose what we draw, right? That's not how Magic works, but...
Really? Because I just saw a Lotus Petal come off the top. And then
fair enough.
Then a blue card to sacrifice said Lotus Petal after putting the Mirror Force into play for 1 mana. You get a 3/2 flyer, a 4/4. You get to put a Bone Splinter on one of these 2 guys. And the next turn you have active Scrolls for Puppies.
Yeah. It's a shame we're lacking 1 artifact here, the Mirror Enforcer costing the mana. Otherwise, you'd have been able to play the Curse Scroll, activate it this turn. I feel like you play both here, but because after all, like you get to block Mock Fanatic with the free 2, it's not so bad if the Mirror Enforcer goes down. Yep, this is the best way to do it. You announce your spell and then you do it. Not relevant here, but could be.
I mean, the fact that you get to have the mana lets you activate, equip up the Bone Splitter this turn, and whatever you draw next turn lets you activate the Curse Scroll without having to spend an additional mana equipping the Bone Splitter.
Yeah, and here the Bone Splitter equip is actually kind of interesting because you could do it on the Hover Guard with that line of attacking, or you could equip it on the Mirror Enforcer to really, because one of the lines is Pup plus a burn spell to finish off Mirror Enforcer, but by equipping it, you deal extra damage. But I like putting it on the flyer since that's.
I mean, if you have the burn spell already, you could also just spend the Mog Fanatics. But apparently, Electrostatic Bolt was in the holster for Mono Red, and just taking out the Mirror Enforcer here, swinging the race once again in its favor after the Affinity player drew a bunch of gas off that Thoughtcast.
Yeah, I forgot that Electrostatic Bolt is not Galvanic Blast. It's very different cards.
Yeah, they both do 4. They both cost a red. They're both an instant. One doesn't go face because, unfortunately, the players are not artifacts.
And they both come from a set with Mirrodin in its names.
Yes.
I mean, with the damage coming through, Curse Scroll will eventually take over the game, but I'd be tempted to just... I definitely block a Mock Fanatic if it attacked, but I'd be tempted to block a Jackal Pup if only those attacked. Because Mock Fanatic would require the second one to go away, which is probably a decent exchange.
Apparently he wants a 1-for-1 trade and a Lava Axe to boot.
Yeah. I don't know. That trade, I felt like getting rid of blocking the Mock Fanatic was maybe the line, but... Oh, Curse Scroll as well.
You did say that Curse Scroll was going to be a factor here, and apparently the Mono Red player also agrees with you, so decided to deploy his own.
Yeah, well, no, the problem is this damage, it's going to be a damage race, but one player has way less life than the other.
And one of them has creatures.
Yeah. So this is tough on whether you play or not, because you want additional lands. And like if you draw Thoughtcast, which is one of your only outs, but you might want to cast spells as well. That said, you're fine with tapping out on Curse Scroll on your turn, so I like playing the land out for that reason. Yeah, so now the Mock Fanatics are going to go in.
Chipping away at that life total.
Yeah. Plus Curse Scroll. This is actually going to be probably really good for the red player, honestly.
Yeah, because the Affinity player has to start scrolling Mog Fanatics, otherwise they just get outraced. And the red player is very happy about that. Oh, a disenchant to turn the scroll in the Affinity player's favor. But playing that disenchant not only costs you the Mog Fanatics continuing to attack, but it also costs you a scroll activation on a Mog Fanatic because you only have access to 4 mana.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering here. I'd actually be in favor of Curse Scroll on Mock Fanatic. I think because you have to deal with the creatures. So if you draw a land, you get to kind of have it all again next turn, right? You get to play the land, disenchant, and activate Curse Scroll. And because the Mock Fanatic would put you to 7, that 1 damage probably won't matter in the context of this because you're already going to go below 5. Because if you disenchant the Curse Scroll here, you go to 6, then the Mock Fanatic attacks you down to 4. So you're already kind of dying. And then if you decide to Curse Scroll one of the Mock Fanatics, you go to 3, then get an attack down to 1, and then you lose to a Mock Fanatic potentially. I think if you scroll the Mock Fanatic here, you take the scroll down to 6.
If you scroll the Mock Fanatic here, you go to 7, then you go to 5 and a turn off the scroll. Then it attacks with the Mock Fanatics to 4. You activate the scroll again, putting you to 2. And then they have a Mock Fanatic in play you at 1. But if you disenchant, I think you're actually saving more damage because they don't get the additional scroll activation for next turn, whereas they only get an additional attack in from a Mock Fanatic. So you're actually saving a life point with this line.
Possible. Let's see. You attack here, down to 4. You use Curse Scroll on a Mock Fanatic, go to 3, then attack down to 2. Then you have to use the scroll again on the Fanatic. So this line puts you at 1. If everything goes well. You might be at 2 if you have a good blocker. Ooh, Wasteland's really key.
Wasteland's probably going to hit the Glimmer Void.
Oh, for sure. You could have hit an artifact, but it's not all from your Enforcer, so yeah, sure.
And of course, the replacement Glimmer Void is drawn, even though it's not relevant.
Yeah. I mean, the lands might matter, right? If you got to get to 6 mana, which is not an impossible scenario, activating Curse Scroll twice then leaves the red player to top deck.
Yeah, that's definitely something. I'm not saying that the Wasteland was incorrect.
Oh no, irrelevant. It was more yeah, it's definitely not incorrect for sure. I might as well use it, right? It's there.
Yep. You're playing mountains. Your opponent's playing more than mountains.
Well, Mock Fanatic doing its best work. Yep. Living the life. Is this a creature?
Oh. It
dies to Curse Scroll, thankfully, but we need a creature to block this Mock Fanatic now.
Yeah, and actually that puts the nail in the coffin to a certain degree because, that was actually one of the best cards you could have drawn because not only do you have a creature to block the Mock Fanatic, but you also don't have to pay mana to put your creature into play. And had you have to play your creature before activating the scroll, it has a superior to 3 casting cost, which wouldn't trigger you to take 2 damage.
Yeah, the big thing for me here is it was this or Somber Hoverguard. Those 2 cards were really key because they can both be cast off. I think Mirror Enforcer also worked, right? There were exactly 6 artifacts.
Yes. So
Mirror Enforcer would have worked. Essentially, even Ornithopter would have done the job. Any creature really was needed here. Got there. Maybe. Oh, well. There we go. Mock Fanatic is gonna get in there.
Mock Fanatic finish up the game.
All right. Well, it was fun. I liked seeing that game, because it was kind of obviously the Harnessed by Force game was the most ridiculous one.
Yes, by far. It was a win that was not supposed to be a win.
Yeah. So if you just joined us, right, Eduardo Saskia with Philippe Garreau, we saw a semifinals where essentially Living Death versus kind of red-green ritual, fast stompy. It was a game that the Living Death player couldn't lose, but then they reanimated an Elder Scale Worm, which meant 7 life down, plus Harnessed by Force could take both worms, which removes the worship ability, and swing in for lethal, which at 20 wouldn't have happened. But the foregone conclusion that matchup is happened. So we have Living Death in the finals versus the mono red player that eked out a win in this kind of Curse Scroll mirror.
Yeah.
That was fun. I had a blast covering with obviously you, Philippe Garreau, and with Jarvis Yu. I'm gonna bow out for the finals, so thank you everybody for tuning in so far. But do stick around. Philippe Garreau and Jarvis Yu are gonna take us home. We're gonna take a break. We're going to get to the finals. And I'm hoping to see a really exciting match between those two. Otherwise, I got food coming. I got a tournament. I'm going to come back to being a spectator. Thank you so much, everybody. But don't go anywhere. The finals will be starting after a very short break. So, well, I won't see you soon, but everybody else will see you. Bye for now.
Mythic Society.
Reset Oil promo. It's a real.
And we're back for the finals here at October Set Roulette with Blue-Black Living Death versus Mono-Red Aggro. We're going to look at both deck lists to see what the matchup looks like. Jarvis, can you analyze those?
All right, so it's Mono-Red versus Living Death, and I have to say, I still like the Living Death's deck chances, but this Mono-Red deck has looked really, really good throughout the tournament. Just low to the ground, the classic low curve creatures, Mogmatic, Jackal Pup, Swift Firewalker, Eidolon the Great Revel. I think in order for Alex to win, he really, really needs a quick draw, like a turn 1 Slith into a turn 2 Jinx Choker might be enough pressure to take the match, or even something like turn 1 Slith, turn 2 Slith, turn 3 Shrapnel Blast, or something similar like that. I think one of the key things is if he actually does manage to get Brian below 7, then the matchup becomes a lot easier.
Yep, I agree. If the Eldritch Whelm comes online, it's going to be really hard for the red deck to come back like we've seen in the past. A lot of sideboard cards are dedicated to beating this red matchup in the Chill and Propaganda. Yeah. Both enchantments, things that the red deck has little to no way of dealing with. But we've seen Curse Scroll go a long way in past matchups, and we'll see if it does the job again. Or will the Reanimated Fatties get the job done for the 9th time this event, since he has not yet lost a match with Islands Force.
I really think Brian knocked it out of the park, and you can tell, like, he basically had no bad matchups in this tournament,
He did not seem to have any contested sideboard cards either, since Tormod's Crypt is apparently legal in this format, but no one chose to bring them, thinking that Reanimator was not a strategy, and right. Brian just showing everyone wrong.
Oh, I believe it's an M13, right?
Yes, that's what Chad has been saying, that it's an M13 card.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting. I do feel like Brian is likely to win, but, you always have to play the matches out, right?
I mean, in their semifinals, we had the red-green player dead on board, and the second Elder Skill one from Brian was one hell of a comeback, because a strived for Harness by Force on both worms took the game down for the red-green player and gave us another game to look at. Maybe Brian just wanted to play more Magic, and was like, I want to play a third game. Let's try this. He doesn't have it, and then got punished.
I think it's hard to remember to play around that one if you don't actively have it on your radar, right?
This is true, but we do have access to open deck lists, so he had access to the information of being aware of it. Not playing around it is a different thing, and if you don't think about it, then obviously everyone makes mistakes, and that's perfectly fine. But in the end, he won anyway, and just did it in convincing fashion in Game 3.
All right, so I'm excited to see what happens, but Brian also has the advantage of seeding, being the number 1 seed. So that's certainly a damper on Alex's position.
It is. You always want to be as Mono-Red on the play, because haste turns everything in your favor, even when you go turn 1 land, Chrome Mox, and Slith. Getting on the board on turn 1 is just more damage when your creatures are not affected by Summoning Sickness. How relevant do you think Jinx Choker will be in this matchup?
So I was thinking about that. I think the major problem with the Jinx Choker is that it's actually going to kill you versus a fast Elder Scale Worm.
Yeah, I do agree with you there. I've also seen that a lot of these red decks chose to top their curve off with Thundermaw Hellkite. How do you feel about that in the 21 land deck to have the Thundermaw Hellkites, even though Chromox is a card?
I think it probably makes your better draws slightly better, and it makes your bad draws much worse, if I had to guess. Because most of the deck, it doesn't really have any 4-mana spells and has a few 3-mana ones. So once you have 3 mana, the only thing you can do with extra lands is either activating Curse Scroll or playing a 5-drop. So by playing 5 drops, you're sort of introducing a lot of variance into the game, I think.
Yeah, I feel it's a classic way of playing Magic. Like back then, you play your lands, you play your spells, and you don't really have any form of card advantage. And the only way you have to dumping your mana is Curse Scroll for these red decks. Right. And I feel that having Thundermaw Hellcat in your deck kind of plays more towards that, and you're like adding mana sources that you may not have needed to play that gameplay,
right?
While you're getting access to a great finisher, and maybe a lot of the people had a hard time dealing with it, or it would just like push through flying damage. I don't know to what extent it was necessary in these mono red decks that were so low to the ground.
The things I think about this matchup specifically, I actually think Curse Scroll is kind of bad in the matchup, because Curse Scroll's role is to give you resiliency in the late game. What I don't want to do in this matchup as red is go late.
I can see that.
Like, I think this is actually a matchup where I'd rather have Hellkite in my deck than Curse Scroll, just to try to, sack them out on like turn 4 or whatever,
Hopefully you're right, and the red player gets to do that by tapping down some Sphinxes that were on blocking duty, and the other one doesn't show up to the party. Otherwise, it's going to be all boom booms in the red zone.
Yeah, it's you mentioned that Gruul stole the match with Harness by Force. I think if Red had Harness by Force in this matchup, like we saw the other red player have Mark of Mutiny, it would actually be a lot scarier for Brian,
This is true. I'm sure that any threatened type effect or active treason would have done a great job. Maybe as we mentioned throughout the event, not a lot of players had the Reanimator on the radar, because maybe then they would have chosen to play Tormod Script. I think you singling out things like Harness by Force or other threatened type effects being great against these type of strategies would have also been something he would have loved in the sideboard for this matchup.
It's actually funny. If you go to Brian's stream right now, B Paris Poker, he's streaming the table he's at while waiting for the MTGO match to start.
Wow. Double queuing.
Yeah.
Do you think he's going to be happier winning his poker event or this thing? Because this tournament's awesome.
It's really hard to say. It could go either way,
Yeah. We're still waiting for these players to get into their match and start. We're just as anxious as you guys to see it play out and crown a champion.
I hope they didn't forget about play draw.
Yeah, because in theory, since Brian has been the top seed of the event, he's supposed to be able to get to be on the play.
And I think right now they're negotiating it out.
Yep. Okay.
All right. I see a Chrome Mox. That's probably
I see an island.
I see another island.
And then we have 4 cards that we cannot see at the moment.
One of them's Intuition. That's the 3rd card from the right, because it says Shuffle Your Library at the bottom.
Okay.
And it's a blue card, so there's not that many of those. All right.
There were 2 Intuitions, actually.
That hand.
That is I would say it's a mulligan, but what do you think Brian's going to do? He kept it. He wants to see cards. He wants to put them in the grave, and essentially he has access to the Living Death and the Fatties, but not the black mana.
Yeah, so I think maybe that's a lot less demanding of an ask, but the problem is these Chrome Moxes are kind of dead too.
Yeah, because you have to like throw an intuition to it to
Right.
actually make it active. Then again, if you're just drawing lands, you're going to get to play your intuition as you want. And if you're drawing spells, well, you're putting them in those Chrome Moxes. And there we go. A ritual off the top gives us a card to dump right into the intuition that you can do on turn 2. So we're going to see end of turn intuition for most likely Elder Scale Worm, probably is a 2 of, and Triskelion or Sphinx of Utun to get more mana under you.
So I think maybe what Brian was also thinking about as well is that acceleration is probably the most important part of this matchup from his side, right?
Yeah. The other thing he can do here is, like, if he goes enter turn intuition and gets random fatties, he can, if he draws a black card, intuition for 3 reanimates and reanimate the Elder Scale Worm just like right away.
Yeah, actually, I think that's what he's going for.
So you have 2 Elder Scale Worms, and the third selection is going to be
any big creature, probably.
Yeah, I think he's going for Sphinx. 2 Elder Scale Worms and a Sphinx.
So
the red deck has a good start. Like Jackal-Pup into Eidolon is not something that you have to scoff at.
The problem is, I think the red deck is cold to this in game 1, right? And probably cold to it post board as well.
You mean like throwing burn at the Elder Scale Worm?
Yeah, that takes so long, and you'll take a lot of damage from the Eidolon.
Yeah, you need what, like 4 mana to like pull off a Shrapnel Blast plus a Searing Spear, because double Searing Spear doesn't get you there.
Exactly. And you need an artifact, so.
Yeah, and you need to draw either Chrome Mox or Great Furnace, or just a random Curse Scroll to throw away. And then that's just like so many resources.
Yeah, so
and that's counting that like Brian has nothing else to do after that.
Right. So I think if Brian draws any mana source or any spell, if you draw another spell, you can just imprint another spell under Chrome Mox, Intuition for 3 reanimates, and reanimate Elder Scale Worm. All right, that works. I think he already thought all of that out.
Yeah, and that's why he chose to keep the triple Chrome Mox, double Intuition, 2 land hand.
Interesting. He actually imprinted the worm.
Maybe he misclicked.
It doesn't actually matter, I think.
No, because he's never casting that worm anyway, and there's already one in the graveyard. So that's actually the good thing, because then he gets to keep an intuition to get a living death possible.
Interesting. So he's going to choose to take the damage, then intuition for
living death. But then he doesn't have the second block to cast the living death. Because if you're getting reanimate, you might as well just do it now.
Right, but clearly that's not his plan. Otherwise, would have seen it happen.
Yeah.
Is this the Hellkite? Is the turn 3 Hellkite off double Chrome Mox?
If it is, it's going to be a lot of damage.
So that's exactly 9, drops Brian to 7. Interesting. And then any intuition you cast means Elder Scale Worm doesn't protect you. But no, it's only a Swift Firewalker.
Okay, so we're getting in for 5. Putting in our 9. Intuition next end of turn puts you to 7. So you can't putting in going to 7 makes the reanimate on the Elder Scale Worm actually not work. Is that possible?
Right.
Because you can't resolve the reanimate because the trigger of putting you to 7 goes on the stack, correct?
I'm not sure. I would have to go back and watch the match again, which appears to be disappeared for now. The other thing that I want to note is the red player played Chrome Mox imprinting Firewalker and left up 2 mana Do you think that means they have Shrapnel Blast?
That or Searing Spear.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you probably would just put if it's Searing Spear, you actually just put that on the Mox instead, and you just drop both slits and have bigger slits in play. But yeah. I think noting that that they put the slit on the Chromux, that it probably should be Shrapnel Blast.
And somehow there's a Living Death on the stack now. We missed a little bit.
I guess that they definitely intuitioned for it.
Yeah, the intuition for 3 Living Deaths and drew a Swamp. Yeah. Okay. And now I think the nail is in the coffin for the red deck, because this will kill the red deck before they can assemble enough.
And they have to assemble it through the Eidolon that they have in play.
Well, the Eidolon won't be in play off of Living Death, right?
You're right. I spoke too soon. I hadn't seen the board state due to the current Fact or Fiction piles of the Sphinx.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there. Also, this duplicate will clear out a blocker to drop the red player to 4. So yeah, that's a sad wasteland.
Yep.
Honestly, Brian's deck probably has more targets for wasteland than most of the decks in the tournament. 4 Drowned Catacomb and 1 Frostmarsh, which is the tap land from Cold Snap.
I mean, Affinity has all these artifact lands.
Yeah, true.
So here you get to duplicate the Thunderball Hellkite. That's one fat duplicate.
You do, and these reanimates are not looking that exciting. Unfortunately, duplicates.
Why would you need to reanimate one of your own creatures when you can just play a 6-mana 5/5 and kill your opponents?
Yeah, it's not as exciting as like Phyrexian Metamorph, because it doesn't gain all of the abilities. It only gains the power and toughness.
Yeah, because the haste would actually put him dead.
Yep, that's exactly what I was thinking. Pretty convincing game 1 for Brian, I would say.
Yeah, and we saw that all off of a triple Chromox, 2 Islands, 2 Intuition keep.
Yeah.
Not a lot of had to go in his favor for him to actually get there.
Someone in chat says, you've got it made when you can play set Roulette finals while also having 50K on the line in a poker tournament. I have to agree there. I really have to agree.
I mean, imagine if it was a 50K Magic tournament.
I don't know what you mean by that.
I mean, you get to do both, but in one game instead of having to play 2. So here we probably see him board in the Propagandas and the Chills.
Yep. Or go to a random YouTube video. Most Def Mathematics. Don't know what's going on anymore. But yeah, I agree. Propagandas and Chills are definitely coming in. He's shown a willingness to sideboard like that repeatedly.
We've seen Hacken in his sideboard every round that he featured him. I'm not exactly sure what they're there for, though.
Probably control decks, but there are no control decks that did well anyways.
Yeah.
So I think the idea behind that is there are no counters at exile, so you just keep jamming the hack on until they run out.
Okay.
That's assuming I remember what HackCon does exactly, which I do think is the case.
You can only play it from your graveyard. I believe it's a 3/3 for 3 mana that's legendary, and every time he dies, you lose 2 life.
Oh, but it doesn't cost you life to cast it. So if it gets counterspelled over and over, it doesn't actually matter.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I think it's for a creature, or for control decks, not creature decks.
Yeah, and you can even intuition for it, and it's already in your graveyard. It's probably the reason why he chose to take 2 copies. Evolving Wilds being one of these greatest meta fixtures of the format gets more than 2 colors.
Yeah. I also think he's seeking to play that Drowned Catacomb as late as possible so you don't get so exposed to Wasteland.
Yep.
Interesting.
You think he should have led with the Wilds?
Oh, no, because I think his plans to play Ideas Unbound on turn 2.
And if he wanted a black source as a second black source for the Living Death, he would have played the Wilds on turn 1, and then he would have couldn't play tap, and he couldn't play Ideas Unbound on turn 2. But now having top deck the Chill, that doesn't matter anymore.
Yep.
And then on turn 3, you're going to get to Propaganda, hoping you don't get wastelanded. But to a certain degree, if you're getting wastelanded, your opponent's also getting wastelanded because he can't cast spells with Chill in play if he wastelands you. Now, your Jackal Pup or your Mog Fanatic costs 3 mana, and to do that, you can't wasteland your opponent.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a weird one, I think, because Eidolon versus Chill are sort of both hate permanents, right? In a weird sort of way.
Yes, but one of them is taxing a resource that one of the 2 players doesn't have more of, as in Chill stops the red player from playing additional spells, whereas Eidolon doesn't do that. It just punishes you for doing so.
Right.
And once the Propaganda drops, then they either have to attack or cast spells, and both of them aren't individually progressing your board state unless they're doing it simultaneously.
Yeah, I do think this is going to be a really weird game because every single spell in Brian's hand damages him currently.
And there is the Wasteland.
Yeah.
There's the Wasteland.
So I think Wastelanding is actually good. Oh, Curse Scroll has stayed in. You can play that through the Chill. Not that it's going to do a lot, because the problem with Curse Scroll versus Chill is that you can't really cast things for a while.
Yeah.
I think that's why Chill is so brutal in like Tempest Walk Constructed, because this was like a classic thing that came up, Chill versus Curse Scroll.
Yeah.
And it always did this, right? The 3-mana Jackal Pup.
And that's why Choke and Chill are no longer things that exist in current day Magic. Because they're both cards that don't let you play Magic.
So
do you think he's going to Intuition here, or he's going to Propaganda?
It's really close, right?
Because, like, if you Propaganda and your opponent plays land, taps 4 mana, attacks for 4, and that's all they're doing, you're still behind, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas if you play the Intuition, your opponent doesn't have to pay for it, but like if they're looking to play a spell, they're only playing 1 spell. Or if they don't play a spell, they're trying to activate Curse Scroll, and with 3 cards in hand, it's going to be a lot harder to hit.
I think somehow that Wasteland might have been really debilitating for Brian.
We do have the 4th land from the red side, so they can choose to pay 4 mana and get in for 4, dropping Brian to 8.
Yeah, and I think that's really
what they've
appealing.
Elected to do.
Because
yeah.
I think we're on the same wavelength. If you do this and you play another 3 mana or less spell, Elder Scaleworm is off, right?
Yep. Like now, to get the Elder Scaleworm into play, you not only need to get it in the graveyard via an Intuition, but also need to have the Living Death to cast it. Or to have it enter the battlefield.
Yep.
So here we're going to be taking 4 again from the beatdowns.
And then
we're taking 2 and a turn from the intuition, putting us to 2, which would force us to like. I actually don't see this working because the Dark Ritual kills you.
Yeah, I think Brian is now realizing that there are no outs for this situation if your opponent just attacks with both creatures, right?
Yeah. And wow, the red deck getting in for enough damage through a chill and a propaganda in face of the blue-black Living Death deck.
Yeah. It was really impressive.
Chrommox not good enough, going to do 2 damage to you with the Eidolon. Dark Ritual doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Pack it up. Everything costs 3 or less. You're dead.
I think Brian being on the play is going to be huge, though, obviously.
Yes.
Because if you play a chill before they play Eidolon, then you basically like
time
this game
stretch?
wouldn't even look like that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a time stretch.
Cast 2 mana time stretch. And he can even get chill into play on turn 1 off a Chromox.
Yeah, that could happen. There was a set roulette where you could play with time stretch and Aetherworks Marvel.
Was that fun?
I think it was fun for the people who won with the deck.
Okay.
I don't think it was fun for anyone else personally.
I mean, the 10 mana spell I was used to getting cast off Aetherworks Marvel was an Ulamog. I guess Time Stretch has a different way of the impending doom that it creates.
Right.
Without having the explosiveness of the Ulamog just wrathing your permanents and eating your library. But then again, you do have to get other spins off the Marvel if you're going to be doing that, because Time Stretch doesn't actually kill your opponent. It just gives you a lot of time to do it.
All right. This hand from Brian
doesn't do anything.
Ugh.
That doesn't do much more. Are we going to go Mull to 5 on the play in the finals against Mono Red after having bulldozed the field and not cross the finish line? Or are we going to have this mulligan to 5 upset the Mono Red player by making it be like turn 1 chill off a Chromox?
That could happen. That still could happen, right?
It could. The mulligan option is still on the table, and I'm pretty sure he's going to take it, given how awful this hand is.
This hand seems not great to me. The first hand I think was close. If you replace any of those cards with the second island, I think that's like a snap keep. But this hand
because he had
exactly.
He had the ideas unbound to dig for it. And I believe there was even a creature in his hand that he could have dumped to the ideas.
But the red player deep in the tank too now. He was just checking the log.
Seeing how much we're mulliganing to. Maybe we're going to have like a Mull to 5 mirror.
I wonder who that favors. I would think it favors the red deck because they don't need much. They just need like a few lands and a 1-drop and a 2-drop.
Yeah. But this is very different if cards like Chill and Propaganda show up.
All right. It's 5.
Okay, we have the Chromox. We don't have the Chill, but I mean, 5-card hands look like this.
Well,
I think I'd actually put the Chromox on the bottom here because it costs me additional resources, which I no longer have. I think you just put like the Elder Scale Worm and the Chromox on the bottom, and you're like, play lands. Apparently, Brian doesn't think so.
I think the counterpoint to that is, he's going with what you're suggesting.
Yeah, he had the takebacks.
Yep, you have the takebacks until you hit OK.
Can we play a fair game with 5 cards? Says the blue-black deck. Red does have the turn 1 Jackal.
Not like this is what Brian's thinking.
I mean, it's not over yet. Like, he's got
Yeah.
lands to cast his intuition. As long as we draw Living Death, I mean, we're live, aren't we?
Yeah, so you probably have to intuition for 3 fatties and then hope to spike the Living Death plus fast mana, probably.
Or reanimate to a certain degree.
Yeah. And what I like about this hand from Brian is we're not soft to Eidolon. We're only going to take 2 damage from Eidolon, right?
This is true, but we once again, from the red side, have Jackal up into Eidolon. This got the job done last game, but last game, Brian had Chill and Propaganda and 7 cards. Now he has neither of the enchantments nor the 7-card resources. Lands continue to roll off the top. I don't think you can propaganda. I don't think you can intuition for anything else than fatties and hope the top of your deck gives you the reanimation spells you're looking for. At the speed that they're at which you're getting attacked right now, you could actually get to 5 mana if no additional pressure is being produced.
Keep in mind,
second Eidolon would be harsh.
Yeah. Keep in mind the red player did mold a 6, so maybe there's a chance that they don't have more pressure besides this, because think any 7-card London Mole hand that looks like this, you're going to keep no matter what, right?
Yeah, and the fact that it was on the draw, though, does give him that extra card back. So if the follow-up here is only like Curse Scroll Pass, I mean, I don't know. No, it's going to be Jinx Choker. It's going to be, here, have this. More
oh, no!
pressure.
I think he accidentally F6'd through.
Whoops. That's
or
he didn't care because he knew he wasn't casting it this turn.
So the reason not to do it that turn is to get a redraw to see what you draw.
Yeah. Which was another land. Which it's been basically throughout the whole game.
So I think the only counterpoint to that argument is I think you need to thin your deck of 3 fatties because you really don't want to draw them, which slightly increases your chances of drawing Living Death per turn.
This is true. So I'm going to go with you on I F6 through my turn.
Yeah, it's very possible, especially when double queuing occurs.
Yeah. I would think that he might be
used to it.
Yeah, not only used to it, but maybe paying slightly less attention to this, giving the difference in prize pool between both events in which he is currently in. Which would be indicative of the mouse leaving the screen.
Lots of priorities on the red player. Because I think the red player is trying to decide if they should put a counter on the Jinx Choker or do this, play Curse Scroll, I guess.
I think the Curse Scroll gets the damage in.
Well, there's still 2 cards. We don't know what the cards are. If they're both identical, obviously, we can knock Brian below worm range, right?
But the worm brings you back up to 7, so it doesn't matter.
Right.
But if you get below 7, you can't reanimate the worm if that's the card he draws.
You went for,
I believe
it
it was
like
2
worm
worms
Sphinx.
and a Sphinx, yeah. One of the worms go to the hand. as predictable. The Jix Choker, does it swap automatically, or do you have to like pay mana to swap it?
It swaps automatically. You can pay 3 to either remove or add a counter.
Okay.
Oh no!
Chill.
And that's game.
Too late.
Red takes it down,
GG's.
and I have to say I believe this was an upset, and props to Brian for crushing everyone, but he couldn't quite finish out the last match.
Stumbling at the finish line due to mulligans and high pressure. Let's put it that way. Hello and welcome back. I hope you guys enjoyed the games as much as we did, and we were very glad for you to join us to be able to watch those games.
Yep.
What is your takeaway from what we saw, not only this round, but during this tournament and this event, Jarvis?
I think generally the old adage of formats are defined by their mana still remains true. We basically saw very few 2-color decks, a lot of monocolor or allied color decks because there's a lot of allied support. And in that vein, we saw the best allied color combo deck, which was Blue-Black Living Death. And we saw a lot of mono-red, mono-white. Affinity obviously makes sense, even though it's not a monocolor deck. That's sort of an exception. And, congrats to mono-red for taking it down in what we thought would be a very bad matchup for the deck.
Yeah, good job to Mono Red once again. Sometimes it's the David versus Goliath matchup that this seemed to be. The blue-black player had not only access to chill, but also propaganda, and sometimes just stumble one too many times, and Magic doesn't reward you for mulliganing as much as sometimes it should. But that's why we play the games, and that's why Magic's so fun every single time. For my part, I really enjoyed the innovation that came from this blue-black Living Death deck, and how it was able to essentially take the format by storm due to the lack of interaction that most of the other players did not bring to the table to fight it on the axis in which it chose to interact. And it just goes to show, like, sometimes the small guy can win. You can just play like a monocolored deck, curve out 1, 2, 3, and it still gets there. Mono white did it, mono red did it again, and mono red and all the aggro decks will do it in the future. It just depends what the format looks like.
Yeah, and I guess that's about a wrap on the tournament. But where can people find you, Philip? On the internet.
On the internet, I have a Twitch at Tireless Lomer. I have not. This was my first time casting. I had a blast doing so. Hopefully, I will get to do so in the future as well. What about you, Jarvis?
You can find me at twitch.tv/JarvisU. I usually stream Mondays and Thursdays, Legacy and Modern. I like the older formats personally. That's why I like this format too. And you can find me on Twitter at JKYU06.
Okay. I guess that's up for this Set Roulette. Hopefully you guys join us 1 month from now for November edition of Set Roulette, and we'll see what great sets we get to brew with then. Until then.
And there's one last thing we should talk about. Yeah. There is a tournament next week, the Arena Community Cup, if you want to check that out. I believe the format is historic.
Yes, they changed it to historic due to how Standard looked like at the beginning of this month.
You mean concerns about certain cards?
Yeah, 4-color cards, maybe mechanics from last year, such as adventures and artifacts doubling these already card advantage heavy mechanics.
Yeah.
And Standard hopefully doesn't look as lopsided as it did back then, but this time around we won't showcase that. We'll see what Historic has in store for us instead.
Yep. So see you all then next Sunday.
Bye.